us for another year of inspiring talks by the leading women in the field of data science. We're all so excited to have you here with us, all the while being extremely eager to hear from our speakers. We'll begin with a series of fireside chats where we go in depth with the speakers in a short chat of about 30 minutes, starting from 4:30 to 6 p.m. IST, or for the next 1.5 hours. Following the chat, we will then have lightning talks in regional languages where we will be inspired and motivated by the stories and experiences from our leading women in STEM. Captions in English will be available for these talks. After this, we break for half an hour where you can grab a snack, stretch your legs, and relax. However, if you'd like to stay with us, we will also live stream a talk from WiDS Ashoka 2021 during this time. Finally, at 7:30 p.m. IST, we will have an exciting live panel discussion where we will go on a journey of discovering the amazing connection data science has with everyday lives. We will hear from our speakers on their work in applying artificial intelligence and data science to education, transport, sustainability, energy, and much more. You will be able to ask questions and interact with the panel at this time, so be sure not to miss it. With that being said, without further ado, for our first fireside chat, I would like to invite Professor Sushmita Narayan.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Fireside Chat with Sushmita Narayana. She is a professor at the National Institute of Industrial Engineering, applying artificial intelligence to optimize supply chains. Her work impacts several fields such as education, aviation, and makes our world more sustainable. Welcome, Ms. Narayana. Thank you for joining us today. You're working in a very unique field that many of us don't always hear about or know about, but we're part of it all the time. Like when we buy anything that's from a store or we order anything online. Can you tell us a bit about what supply management is and your work applying artificial intelligence and machine learning to it?
Yeah, thank you, Arundhati. So supply chain management is not a very unique field. It is a part of business, and it's interesting because it's a combination of several disciplines. So we have at the core of it is business, which is trade and supply and demand management between entities. And around it, we have other disciplines such as mathematics of how do we price products, how much do we supply, how much do we order, where do we stock, how much do we stock, right? So these are the mathematical questions that we try to delve into when we deal with supply chains. But this is one part of the discipline. There is also the economics of it. That is how our price is set when the supply is more than the demand, when the demand is more than the supply, so on and so forth. There are human issues over here. There are people issues. How are you going to organize labor and manpower in order to carry out tasks such as loading and unloading of trucks, so on and so forth. So there are human issues over here as well. And there are issues related to finance. There are issues related to the environment. So it is a combination of several disciplines, in fact. But the cool part of it is supply chain management is about connecting several entities together. It started off with as simple as, a farmer trying to sell some of his products to his neighbor in return for some other produce. So that's a very simple supply chain example. But as civilization has grown, people start looking at getting products from other nations, other regions, other villages, right? So in a sense, the consumer nowadays wants to buy and consume products from a place which is very different from his location. So, a few years back, nobody had heard of, let's say, baby corn. But nowadays, baby corn is everywhere in all the food that you eat. You did not have Colombian coffee, but you have it everywhere. You go to a Starbucks restaurant, you get different kinds of coffee flavors over there. And this is all happening because supply chains are present and are getting more and more connected by the day. So it is an interesting field, but it's not a unique field per se. It has a lot of dynamics to it. because there are different ways and different ways in which consumers can behave and demand products, different ways in which entities along the supply chains can behave. So when I say entities, entities would refer to manufacturers, suppliers, stockists, your retailers, let's say your Walmart, D-Mart, Kirana stores. All of these are examples of entities within a supply chain. And then you have government regulations also to adhere to. So those are the other entities who are regulating activities within the supply chain. And then you have larger international bodies like the WTO, so on and so forth, which are regulating how international trade happens, right? So there are various aspects to the supply chain, which makes it very, very interesting, but it is there all around us. So it makes sense to look at it and to research it and also to study about it, because it is important for the economy. For an economy to grow, it should have robust supply chains. It has been, declared by, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, by US President Biden, that supply chains were very important during the pandemic. And we started looking at how do we become more self-sufficient? How do we start looking at creating more resilient and robust supply chains? This became a focus of most nations because this is becoming the crux of developing or keeping the economy going.
If I can just follow up, what are the applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning to supply and demand?
Yeah, so like I said, there is a lot of mathematics that gets applied in supply chain management. And one of the reasons because is that we have a lot of decisions to take in supply chains. Like I said, where do you stock? How much do you order? What do you price? And these decisions can be very simple, or they can get very, very complex. They can get very complex mainly because there is a huge amount of variability that happens along the supply chain. Consumers want a product today, they might be interested in a certain kind of apparel today, and that goes out of fashion very quickly. Similarly, consumers may change their location themselves, right? They might shift from one place to another. They might move out from one place to another. So demand shifts, demand keeps moving. Now, if you need to actually keep track of this, it's very difficult to do so if you were to manually keep track of this information, because this is very important information for you to create any kind of plan for your resources. That is where you want to produce, how much do you want to produce, what do you want to produce. So in such cases, we start looking at mathematics. We start looking at how can we analyze the information that we get. And this is assuming that we have enough information about the entities around us, right? So this is where something called as point of sales data becomes very, very important. That is when you go to a shop and you purchase something, there is a bill that is produced, and that is a proof of the transaction happening. So this is called point of sales data. Nowadays, everything is electronic. You can purchase things online, and there is an electronic proof of what you have purchased. And this data is very important to mine. This data is very important to understand in terms of what kind of trends are there, and how should even products be packaged and given to the consumer. This can be very important information. And this is where applications of AI ML come into picture, because they help us understand what kind of patterns could be there. You have algorithms such as clustering algorithm, classification algorithm, supervised learning, unsupervised learning. All of these can actually be applied to the data that you are getting or generating in order to create some understanding of the structure which is there in the demand side. Same thing you can also apply on the supply side also, because you can face variabilities even in the supply side. There could be some kind of a disaster that happens in some place of the world, which is going to impact your supply chain. And if you wanted to predict the possibility that a disaster is going to happen, or a possibility that there is going to be a pandemic and hence there is going to be some shutdown of facilities, you might want to look at using these algorithms in order to create predictions of what the event is going to look like. And with the use of this information, then you can start building plans. Then you can start creating plans as to when should you be starting your production, when should you be starting your deliveries, and how should you be hiring people. Maybe you should be looking at ways of engaging people in a better way. Maybe it could impact the way you advertise your products. So all of this information can come through once we have started analyzing or understanding the patterns of the data which is available with us. So this is with the assumption, like I said, that a lot of data is available. Sometimes data is not very, very good quality also. In such cases also, we can apply to some extent simulations using AI ML and we can create some understanding of what is going to happen, what scenarios are going to be present, and then prepare for the worst case scenarios and then create our plans accordingly. So this is where AI ML actually comes in, because we need to understand what are the patterns. And a very simple example I could think of, very popular example of AI/ML applications in supply chains is the use of clustering algorithms. So if you have to do the deliveries, let's say Amazon needs to do deliveries to the end customer, right? Your last mile delivery, as we call it. Now, Amazon has to now decide what is the best way to send out the delivery agent so that they're able to meet all the customers and come back for the day, right? In this case, what they could do is they could cluster the region into different populations of people, and they can send out different delivery agents to different clusters. So by doing so, what they would be doing is they would be able to allocate certain capacities of trucks to one particular region. They will also be able to allocate products to one particular region, people to one particular region, and the resources get planned accordingly. And by doing so, you may be able to reduce your per unit cost of transport. So this is an example of application. There are many such other examples which we see in supply chain. It's a very, it's a very upcoming and growing field as such.
Thank you. It seems like this field has a really huge global impact. So how did you discover your interest in artificial intelligence, and when did you realize its application in the sustainable chain management industry?
Okay, so I am an engineer. I started off with a degree in production engineering, and then I moved on to IIM Kozhikode for the PhD program in quantitative methods and operations management. So that's where we get exposed to more advanced techniques of operations research. So my interest has been in the domain of operations research, which is basically the collection of several tools and techniques that are used to analyze and come to best solutions for a particular problem of interest for us. And artificial intelligence is, an interest which has come off late for me because of the vast amount of data which is available today. But the core of it, I would say, it's still operations research, where we try to understand the theory behind finding the best solution. So we have techniques like linear programming, non-linear optimization. These are techniques that I have studied actually during my engineering also. We had a subject called engineering mathematics, which you would also have had. I'm sure that you would have been looking at how to carry out differentiation and find out the first order differential equation, find out solutions, find out if they're the best solutions or not, so on and so forth. So this was the foundation of it, but then we moved on to more advanced techniques where we apply nonlinear and linear programming techniques to the data which is present with us and try to find out the best solutions. Artificial intelligence and machine learning has become more important nowadays because sometimes the techniques that we have been using in operations research are not fast enough. Okay, so we need techniques to be quick, we need solutions to be quick. And you might not always want the best result. You might want a good enough result within, quite fast, right? So this might be a requirement for you. If you have to take daily decisions, you might need quick solutions. And you might want your programs to become more independent of you as a person. You might want them to run independent of you. So this is where concepts like artificial intelligence and machine learning come into place, where they can supplement the kind of work which is happening in operations research, which is more robust in the sense of finding solutions, but it takes more time. So this has happened over the last few years, where operations researchers and data scientists have started understanding that there are limitations to some of the techniques that we already know, and we need to supplement them with more robust techniques like artificial intelligence and machine learning. My interest in artificial intelligence and machine learning is more recent, I would say, compared to a lot of enthusiasts that we have these days. I have begun understanding the tools and techniques, and I have started teaching this to our students. And now I'm slowly applying it in various research domains and seeing how useful it is. So that's where I am right now.
That sounds absolutely amazing. One of the most interesting things about AI is that you can apply it to so many fields. And you've done two really cool projects. One is in education, using technology to improve the supply chain of early grade textbooks to Nagaland. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So this is a project which is actually a big team effort, which is driven by the World Bank. And I was part of a research team within the World Bank, where we were looking at understanding what were the problems with respect to textbook supply chains in Nagaland. Now, Nagaland is the part of the northeast of the country, and it has a hilly terrain, a very, very hilly terrain, and it's difficult to, commute through the state. And we have several public schools that are spread across the entire state of Nagaland. And in some cases, these schools are very, very far off and in remote locations. Now, one of the main requirements for children is for them to get educated is that they have textbooks with them. If you don't have a textbook, you would also have seen that it is much easier if you have a textbook in front of you to study rather than asking you to read a PDF file from the internet. And it is more important, and for anyone for that matter, it's more important that in their formative years, they have access to textbooks when they're studying. And one of the issues that is being faced in a region like Nagaland is because of the terrain, the distribution of textbooks becomes difficult to these remote public schools because they're located very far off and they might not have enough students. So what happens is when you need to send textbooks to these schools, either the government or even any entities in between, they might say that it's not worth it to send the textbook all the way to the school. So what they do is they ask the teachers to instead come and pick up the textbooks from somewhere in between. Now we wanted to address, or we wanted to understand two specific problems. One was if there was a possibility that students were not receiving their textbooks at all, and hence, the purpose of education is lost. So this was not an application of artificial intelligence, but this is what we call as field experiments, and where we try to see on the field whether certain phenomenon is occurring or not. And what we were trying to see is whether the children were not receiving their textbooks. So what we did was we actually followed the textbooks from the point that they reached Nagaland. We followed the textbooks through the trucks, when they were loaded onto the trucks, when they were taken to the various blocks which are closer to the schools. And finally, when they reached the school also, we tracked whether the book has finally reached the school. And a team was deployed in order to carry out this research exercise and this study. And we did a simple statistical analysis of whether there was any shortage of books which was happening at the school level, and could that be attributed to any challenges in distribution. So the good news is that there is no such pilferage or loss of textbooks. However, there are issues with respect to planning, with respect to dispatch, with respect to unloading that we are still trying to rectify within the textbook supply chain. And that is where we are looking at whether we can bring in any kind of technology into the entire process. So if a school teacher has to ask for textbooks, right now they have to go through various tiers in order to say that they want X number of textbooks for the year. And there are issues with this as well, because when you're looking at government schools, and this is not a Nagaland specific issue, across India, we see this issue that there is in remote corners or villages, we see a lot of dropout which happens, right? School kids will join the school, but they drop out. And, they might come back in after 2 years again. And that's a very common phenomenon. And when that happens, it's very difficult to create an assessment of what is the demand for textbooks. So you have to create some rough estimates. And sometimes the rough estimates might be very, very wrong, in the sense you might be underestimating. So you will not send textbooks, and you could be overestimating. So you send excess textbooks. So it's okay to send excess textbooks. You could put it in the library, but the underestimation is the issue that could be a problem. So this is where we are working with a team in order to create some kind of a technology visibility for the school textbooks, where the teachers can indicate how many books they want, what is the kind of dropout which is happening. And this information is collated at an aggregate level to create estimates of the demand for the books. That's one part of technology. Another part of technology that we are trying to see is whether we can apply these new things that we are seeing in supply chains. Nowadays, it's very common when you purchase a book online or you purchase any product online, when the delivery boy comes to your home, they are going to scan the barcode or the QR code. This is a very common thing to do. So whether we can use any of these technologies within the supply chain so that there is perfect visibility of consignments as they go along to the final, to the school and the school children. So this is what we're trying to see now, how we can implement all of this. And it is still under development. And I'm sure it is going to bring in a lot of benefits in terms of planning and support for the government of Nagaland.
That sounds like it's going to make a really big difference. The other really interesting project you're working on is in aviation, optimizing with AI in the aviation industry. So could you share a little bit about that as well?
Yeah. So commercial aviation is what I'm looking at, which is, airlines like Indigo, Tata's, Vistara, all of these airlines, they come under commercial aviation. And the work that I'm conducting is actually with a low-cost airline. I can't name the airline, but we are trying to create any kind of interventions in terms of tools and techniques that can help in planning and resource scheduling problems in commercial aviation. So there is a plethora of problem statements when it comes to aviation. And the best part of commercial aviation is you have a huge amount of data which is available to you in electronic form. And this makes it a very good space for us to try out different tools and techniques to create, the best kinds of resource schedules. So the one specific topic that I am working on is called crew scheduling. So let me describe the problem to you. So when you are flying an aircraft, you are, when you are traveling as a passenger, you are just traveling in one flight and you reach a place and maybe you take a connecting flight, but you do reach home or you do reach your destination. But we never think of what happens to the crew, right? What do the crew do? So in aviation, commercial aviation, the crew generally is going to return to home base at the end of a trip. So they might take, let's say you have a Bombay-based crew, right? Mumbai-based crew. And this crew is going to take off in the morning. They might take a flight to Delhi. Then from Delhi, they might go to Guwahati. From Guwahati, they might go to Calcutta. They might go to Chennai, so on and so forth. They keep traveling. They keep flying the aircraft, or they keep, taking care of the passengers in the aircraft, right? And at the end of the trip, they will not land up in Chennai because this is Bombay crew. They have a home in Bombay. So they return to Bombay. Now, the question over here, or the complex question that we have over here is, what should be the series of flights that a crew should take? And like this, there will be many such crew who are going to be present for the, for the airline. There will be crew which is present in Bombay, Delhi, different home bases which are going to be present, many bases that are going to be possible. And they would want to know how many crew are required in order to fly these flights, or in order to take care of cabin crew requirements, any of these. And they would also want to design routes for each crew. So now this is a crew scheduling problem, which is designing routes for crew such that they return to home base at the end of the trip. This is possible if you have information of what kind of flights you're going to be having within your schedule. So let's say you have 1 month of flights available with you, or even 1 week of flights. And the airline has decided that they're going to have certain flights at certain timings. And you want to use this information to develop the crew routes. So this is a crew scheduling problem. Now, as you can think, this is a very complex problem because of several reasons. One is the fact that they have to return to the home base, right? So they can't just be left free. They have to return to home base. So this is like a constraint. This is what we call as constraints in optimization. The other is they cannot have very long waiting times between flights. It would mean very poor productivity for the crew. They cannot have very long trips. It would mean huge amount of crew fatigue. So when we have to consider all of this. Not only that, sometimes they may get a layover. That means they might have to stay at a hotel for the night and next day they have to take another flight. So in this case, there will be costs for the airline because they have to pay for their hotel, they have to pay for their to and fro transport from the airport, so on and so forth. And over and above this, they need to pay salary to the crew basis the number of flights that they take and the number of trips that they take. So from the company side, from the airline side, they would want to reduce these costs. And from the crew side, they would want to have trips that are not too long. And this is kind of a trade-off that we need to see when we create these crew schedules. And over and above this, we have commercial aviation rules and regulations, which the ministry comes up with, which are going to create additional constraints. That is, they would create constraints as to how many trips can someone do within a week, what is legally permissible. The government actually plays a role over here as well. So we need to adhere to all these rules and regulations as well. Now, what is going to happen here is when we try to develop a solution for this problem, we look at optimization techniques. This is what we call as a large scale optimization problem. There are many variables. The variables here represent the number of trips, okay, the number of possible trips that are going to be present, which in essence tell you how many crew are required. There are many possible variables or combinations. So a combination can consist of two flights. So, one of the common alternatives for the crew is he goes from Bombay to Delhi and then returns from Delhi to Bombay. So there are two flights in this. The other combination would be he goes from Bombay to Delhi, Delhi to Chennai, and then comes back to Bombay. So there are three flights over here. So now I have to choose between these two combinations. But like this, there are many combinations. There will be millions of combinations. So we need to choose between millions of such combinations, maybe 1,000. The best 1,000 we might need to choose, and we don't know how to do that. Similarly, you could have several constraints, thousands, 2,000 constraints, or so on and so forth. So this is what we call as a large scale optimization problem. So where we apply optimization techniques like mixed integer linear programming, so on and so forth. And we try to see whether we can combine this with machine learning algorithms like classification or clustering in order to see whether we can improve the speed of finding the best solution. So this is, the current kind of work that I'm looking at. It's a very interesting space. It's called combinatorial optimization. Like I said, you have to select from several combinations the optimal solution. So it's a combinatorial optimization problem where there are different ways. You can use heuristics, you can use a lot of algorithms and tools and techniques. And not only that, we need to be able to give these solutions in a low cost way. So you should not be using very expensive technology when you come up with these solutions. Traditionally, and this is an interesting field because traditionally these kinds of problems have been well developed as tools and techniques in the West. So these solutions are actually sold for huge amounts of money. And if you're working in India as a low cost aviation airline, you would not want to buy such expensive tools and technologies. You would like to develop some solutions in-house. And that is where, these kinds of projects are looking at how do we develop low-cost technology solutions for problems like these in India, rather than relying upon, let's say, the US or France or Sweden for coming up with these tools and techniques. Can we do this, in India? And we have a research team here. I work with my students, my colleagues, and we work day and night. We don't sleep for days together. And we try to come up with solutions, work with the client. It's not an easy process. It's a huge learning process. It's not easy, but there are lots of interesting things to learn. And if you have, the passion for work like this, it's a very interesting space to be.
You have such a deep and conceptual understanding of how all these systems work and are interconnected. And it's really amazing. Your approach to using data science bridges both theory and industry because your work on research and projects applies to the real world. Can you share your experiences on working with academia?
Right. So I am an academician. I joined NITI as an academician. So I teach subjects over here at NITI, operations research, system dynamics, operations management, where we study concepts of inventory, aggregate planning, revenue management, and also supply chain management, logistics management. And, I've been with NITI for the last 7 years or so. So I have been in academics for the last 7 years. And originally speaking, to be honest, I was not really interested in teaching. I don't have that much patience. So it has been a test of my patience the last 2 years. And it has been quite an interesting journey, mainly because I have learned over the years that students are very, very innovative. They come up with very interesting solutions. And the role of academicians is basically to facilitate their journey. A lot of times what I have observed is most of the students are naturally very inquisitive. People are generally inquisitive. And the younger you are, the more you're able to absorb. So the role of an academician is actually to show them the direction that, why don't you look at this? you're looking at a problem which is not of interest to anyone. Why don't you look at this problem which is of interest to everyone? And they come up with these unique and innovative approaches to address the problems. Sometimes they skip steps. I hate it when students skip steps. But I appreciate that they are trying to address the problem quickly and move on to the next thing. And these are interesting things that I have learned over the years. And at NITI, actually, I get a very good exposure to both academics as well as industry, because we are located in the commercial capital of the country, Mumbai. And this is a very old institute. It was set up in 1963. So we have very good connect with the industry, mainly your FMCG industry like HUL, ITC, then Johnson and Johnson, and a lot of logistics companies, electronics companies, Amazon, so on and so forth. We have very regular interactions with them. They come here for placements and talks and also projects as such. So that's how we get access to projects and carrying out these interesting activities. So one of the useful parts, I would say, being in academics is one needs to be constantly, improving themselves, not just in terms of concepts, which generally withstand the test of time, but also in terms of the kinds of practices that are prevalent. Because a lot of things change with respect to time in terms of behaviors. What I have understood over a period of time is I am a person in data science, but I really need to understand and appreciate the psychology of things, which is the domain that you are working in. And this is very, very important. Understanding the psychology of consumers, understanding the psychology of employees, understanding the psychology of companies and organizations and how people work is very important, because that determines the kind of decisions that they will take. And you need to work with that. You have to practically work with these decisions at the end of the day. And that is also one of the that's how a lot of cool innovations have happened in the past as well. Recent past, like Facebook and all, they came out of this understanding of how people network with each other and find connections. And this is something which is important even to this day when we try to understand new problems. So in academics, it's important, like I said, concepts are definitely there that need to be very robust, and there is still no end to improving oneself on concepts. But also you need to start understanding the practice very, very keenly. And that's where I have the locational advantage of being able to connect with stakeholders on a regular basis. So like I said, I was not initially interested in teaching, but now I'm interested a lot in teaching. In fact, I'm also looking at how can we do mass trainings of people within the logistics sector. It's become sort of a project of ours at NITI as well, where we are moving towards the, you might have heard of the Gati Shakti initiative, the PM Gati Shakti initiative, where they're trying to synergize between various ministries in order to create better logistics infrastructure for the country. And better logistics infrastructure means better economic development, right? So here, this is possible if we can train people and skill people properly. And skilling is a huge issue in India. There is no limit to which this skilling potential can actually be improved to. And that has become somewhat of a pet initiative of mine as well, where I'm trying to look at how can we skill more people in very simple things also. Like suppose you need someone to learn how QR codes work or how to do scanning. This could be a very useful skill to have, and it can create an employment for you. You can get a job in some company if you just knew how to use a few technological applications and tools. If you know how to use a mobile, it's very useful, because then you can get a job in a place where electronic transactions happen. So this kind of skilling is very, very important. And what we need to see is how can we skill people at the bottom of the pyramid and then moving up, in the top tiers of the pyramid. A lot of skilling is happening. People are, going abroad, so on and so forth. But what's really missing is skilling people at the bottom of the pyramid and making them more financially independent. What is happening now is they are still not financially independent because they're not skilled enough in the right kind of tools and techniques.
Finally, we'd love to know, is there anything you'd like to share with the audience? Any advice, experience, or stories? Whatever excites you or motivated you to be a leading woman in STEM.
So leading women in STEM, I don't know. I think that's a bit of a stretch. I am one of the women in STEM, and STEM needs a lot more women. Even at the workplace that I am, we have few women, and that is an issue with when it comes to STEM as a field. And like you said, we do not have, especially in academia, we do not have many leading women. Think of an IIT and tell me if you know if there is a lady director, right? So you will not find, and that is, in leadership positions, it's very difficult for women in STEM to actually come up. It's happening very well in the corporate world. I'm sure you've connected with a lot of them, and I'm sure we'll be seeing many of these speakers. But STEM is a very exciting field. I think it is a field that a lot of women should take up, and not shy away from. It has been always something that I gravitated to because naturally, because of my family. My father is a scientist. He's a retired scientist. So I naturally had this inclination and understanding that, this is a viable opportunity for me. But a lot of women do not have this kind of exposure. And it is very important, as women in STEM, that we give that kind of exposure to other women and encourage them to think outside of what they traditionally think as something that women should do. Either not working, that is one option that women choose or are forced to choose, or the other option is they tend to go towards softer fields, which are good, and no doubt about it. But STEM is also an opportunity that should not be missed out, and I feel that it should be integrated with any kind of discipline that they're working in, whether it's, let's say, psychology, organizational behavior, marketing, any kind of softer fields. Women should be taking up more, education in this domain. I have been very passionate about the field. I do like science and research a lot. I do like to spend long hours at, trying to understand problems, trying to find the root cause and issues and trying to solve it. And, this is something that I like to motivate women to do as well. So I had, recently, one of my students, she's completing her PhD, and I encouraged her to, work in the domain of ports management, green ports management. And this is a domain that is very, very up and coming for people to be working in. And how do we apply mathematical models and tools and techniques over here? And I see that it doesn't depend upon whether you're a man or woman to be researching these domains or working in these domains. It's just that there might be a bit of hesitation from women when it comes to taking it up as a career. They might think that, what if we progress too much? That's one of the things. It might affect other opportunities like marriage or settling down, so on and so forth. And this is something I think they need to get out of, because you have to focus on doing what you like the most. And STEM is a very, very interesting discipline to be. I think, unlike, I really don't remember or recall anyone preventing me from taking up this field. So I have been lucky and, very privileged in that regard. I really, when I was preparing for this interview or even for the other interview, I was thinking of, is there really a sad story in my life to share regarding, my entry to STEM? And I don't have. And I think that could be a rarity, right? It's not necessary. There are many women who do not have that kind of privilege. And we should look at how we can encourage and inculcate more of scientific temper within women. And, it can lead them to very interesting pursuits. Think of Kalpana Chawla. I cannot recall someone, going from Punjab to a place like that and living her dreams practically. And we need to have more of such role models coming up within the tech space in India. And India is actually a very good place for coming up with the new tech startups. This is there everywhere. And, I'm also very privileged to be part of the IIM Women Alumni the community. We are a 6,000, 7,000 strong community of women who have graduated from the IIMs. And that is a very important support system for me. And I think we should look at developing support systems for women as well, creating mentorship, mentoring other women, helping them, because women do have different challenges when you move up the ladder, and you also, when you progress in life, you have other challenges that you need to deal with, like family, travel, so on and so forth. And you need to know how to juggle all of this. You should not shy away from juggling this as well. You shouldn't get worried that, oh, this is something that's happening. This happens to everyone. So we need to understand everyone has their own set of challenges at home, challenges in the society, and we need to see how we can work with this and still keep our hopes and aspirations and passion for STEM intact. So it's important, and I think this is quite a passion of mine. In fact, even a few years back, I was looking at this field of logistics and supply chain, and I realized we don't have enough women in this field. And so we started looking at the role of women in logistics, and we saw that we don't have enough women in the manufacturing sector. You have huge attrition of women in the logistics sector, because after a point in time, or even in the initial days, you need to, let's say you have to travel in trucks, work with truck drivers, and work with people on the ground. And this might not be a very safe space for women to work in. And these are some of the challenges that we started observing. So we need to work with the government and policymakers to create safe spaces also for women to work in when it comes to fields like STEM and more on the field kind of jobs. And a lot of companies are doing this. I see a lot of companies trying to build. There are companies which have done, which have made factories in which these are completely run by women, including your security guards, including them. It is completely run by women, and it's not something that's impossible. So I think we should be looking at inculcating more inclusive and safe spaces for women to work in when it comes to STEM. And there's a lot of growth opportunity for this in India.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing these wonderful insights with all of us here at the Women in Data Science Ashoka 2022. I personally had a great time, and I've learned so much from this interview. So I just wanted to thank you so much for coming and sharing all this with us.
Thank you, Arundhati. It was very nice interacting with you. It's nice to see someone so young, taking up such an opportunity. And it's very nice and encouraging to see that you are also working towards this domain of bringing more women in the field. So it's very nice to see that. So really, congratulations to you also in that way. And thank you, Ritu, for inviting me for this, this forum. It's very important, and we have to keep this conversation going.
I'm Tanvi.
And I'm Veda.
And we're both third-year computer science majors from Ashoka University. We're very excited to welcome you to our fireside chat with Ms. Surya Prabha, the founder and CEO of UCode Intelligence Solutions. She's been using data science and artificial intelligence to empower students, women, and there's a lot more to her work that we're going to find out today. So let's find out all about it. And thank you for joining us, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tanvi and Veda and Ritu too.
Ma'am, our first question today for you would be, what was your first impression of artificial intelligence and coding?
See, I'm a non-technical person basically. I finished my graduation in microbiology, and I did some designing courses, and my work is based on advertisement field. I was a designer in advertisement field, so I am a non-technical person. But where my curiosity started is my husband is more towards technical things. He used to discuss every technical updates with me. When I started to hear about artificial intelligence again and again in our talk, it kindled a curiosity within me, like how it is very difficult to understand, or it is a very complex thing. And I realized then it is going to be unavoidable in every field. Each and every field, it is going to be unavoidable. So I wondered if every countries are taking measures to teach their students and kids there, with many programs with like AI for kids, and every program is running in all over country. Why can't in India only there is much more student population compared to other country? If we not teach our kids about artificial intelligence, they will be left behind in because world is begin to unfold a lot of opportunity in artificial intelligence in each and every field. It is going to be unavoidable, whether we like it or not. It is going to be unavoidable. So why can't we create an interest towards the kids, so that they won't be left behind? That is the sparkling, and that is the first impression for me in this field. That's why, that's how, and that's why I have started this.
Right, that's a really interesting answer. In fact, I found it quite cool that you started off with a biology background and now you're working in technology and entrepreneurship. In fact, I myself started out with biology and now I'm doing computer science. So on that note, I think you have such a unique approach of taking artificial intelligence, which is a very, complex topic, to children. And I think I'm just interested in knowing, why was this important to you, this
See,
cause?
as I have said, the things which we don't understand, there will be a ghosty thing we will be afraid of. It is not understandable like that things. See, my background is also the pure science in school, so I'm much more afraid in technical part. So as a person who is afraid of technical part, got curiosity and got a thirst to learn such thing, why can't I can create the same interest in a students who will think like artificial intelligence is a very complex thing. Artificial intelligence is a thing that we can't understand. It is much more greater to our knowledge. So I want to create an interest in the students, and first they have to trust it is a learnable thing. For that for that um, I just want to create a curiosity in them, rather than teaching it as a course. I just want to kindle an interest in them, so that spark won't last. If we created a spark in them, they will be curious to learn. So I want to make, I don't want to design it as a course, other than leaving it a practical thing. I just don't want to um, go like various other courses are doing. What in other courses are doing, they are like teaching the kids and they are saying it is unavoidable, you have to learn. It will in a process, it will create a boredom in kids. So I want to teach them in a playway method, so the kids will enjoy learning. First we have to create enjoyment in learning. We have to make them realize that learning is a funful part, so that it will create an interest to them. So I want to go in a way, in a playway method, rather than a usual approach in things like that. Our method of teaching is a playway method, so the kids will enjoy playing and learning things. Slowly they will pick up coding also. If we first go for coding part, they will lose the interest, and they will hate it to the core. That's what.
No, it's very fair because as students, as someone who was in high school and then came to college, and we keep worrying about our grades and our careers when we're coding, like, how did you even come up with the idea of trying to like connect having fun with artificial intelligence? Like, how did you even get to this approach?
See, grades are much more important as a parent, but it is learning is much more important than that. Than the grades, learning is much more important. When you go for a job, your grades will speak first, but once you show that you are open to learn even the things you don't know, that is the main thing they are looking forward. And the main thing, industry have changed a lot. Now industry is not based upon grades anymore. They are seeing whether you are skilled or not. For making you skilled, you should be open to learn anything. that come across you. So I wanted to make it as a playway method, so the kids will enjoy and open up to learning. First, the thing is we should make the kids to open up learning. um, yeah, it is very coding part and everything is very difficult to the high school students also. So um, there should be a easy method of teaching for even a complex thing. There should be a easy method of teaching. Even if we have a very big problem in our life, there should be an easy thing to be handled of. That is the basic thing I thought. We often think that this problem is so big and this thing is much uh, hard to handle. There will be a easy key to that. Once we find the key, everything becomes easier. My part is we should make the kids open up to the key. That is the thing. Once they get opened up, they will be opened up to learn even the complex thing in a simple way. Learning should be teaching you things, teaching you a complex thing in a simple way. That is the main thing. Even if you're a high grade student, or even if you're a startup student in a school, we should give the key to the kids that learning should be fun.
I think what you mentioned about learning should be made a simple way so that students can actually engage. I think that was really important and really impactful line. And I think now moving on to a different question, but you've already impacted over 9,000 students. I'm just curious about how did you scale your idea? And could you talk about the Smart Teacher Micro Entrepreneur Program from UCode, and what were some of the challenges that you faced as a female entrepreneur?
Yeah, thinking of scalability, we have many plans ahead before Corona, before the pandemic. We have many plans in the line, but once the pandemic struck, um, we used to go to colleges, when we used to go to very remote villages, and we used to go to many schools in remote mountain areas. But once the pandemic started, our way of teaching and everything got stopped. But I don't want to make it as a stop, and I just want to expand it to the another level. So thinking of micro entrepreneurship, I thought it should be a win-win situation for both the entrepreneurs who are engaging with us, and it should be a win-win situation for the students also. Once they will get the benefit genuinely, it should not be any other, it should not be like any other course who promises many returns and there won't be any returns. So it should be the students must and learn, must ensure they should learn from the course, and it should be a win-win situation for the micro entrepreneurs also. So there are many homemakers there, and there are many college goers who are thinking of any opportunity to be explored of. It will be a second opportunity, though it won't be a first opportunity and all. It will be a second, and entrepreneurship is like engaging kids in a way of smart teacher. Each and every second year towns and cities will have a smart teacher, and kids will be engaged to them. In a way, the smart teacher who will be a college goer or a homemaker, she or he also will be learning, and the student who are enrolled to them also learning. So it will be a win-win situation for both. They should learn, at the same time they should earn. Learning and earning should be in the same way. That is what I have planned of, and there are a lot of challenges in this, because as a woman entrepreneur, there is a lot of challenges from the investors, because in a technical part, there are many more men entrepreneurs are there. They are eventually trust the men entrepreneurs, because they think that women are not capable of handling technical way of thing. Though women are succeeding in many other fields, in a technical part, they thought they will think that women are lacking in technical way. That will it will take time to make them trust. So I thought if I don't trust my own idea, then who will trust me? So I trust my own idea in the smart teacher. I am making my first move so that to see how it works, and there are a lot more things to learn and explore in this thing.
Ma'am, you mentioned that the pandemic kind of stopped a lot of your work, but you've also began this amazing project on detecting violence against women with using artificial intelligence. Can you like talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. This pandemic is a. I used to think this pandemic is a blessed situation for us because it makes us explore the undetectable areas. So it makes us think out of the box, like whatever we can explore and whatever we can do like that. There are many women who are after the work got finished, they are traveling in the in late nights and everything. So there should be a protection to them. Yeah, there won't be any protection to them, and there won't be any people around them. There are many more CCTV cameras, hopefully now, in every places. So why I thought, why can't we use those CCTV cameras? And in AI there will be body pose estimation. We have to train that cameras, and we have to make the AI like a they should be trained like body pose estimation. Once they there will be a slapping or there will be any physical violence, it should be able to detect that poses that with the body pose estimation. It should be able to detect the poses, and it should be give alert to the near police station or whatever things which is nearby to the women to say them. So in this way they will feel more secured, and they will be more approachable. If such crimes taken part, it will be more approachable for the person who is in charge of security to reach them. So I thought it will be it is just a beginning thing. There is a lot more thing to be explored in that part. We just knocked it a little bit with the AI. There will be a lot of things to be explored in this.
Right. I think that's an incredible cause that you're working towards, ma'am. My next question would be that a lot of entrepreneurship today, when people talk about entrepreneurship in technology, it's usually focused on big urban cities and metropolitan areas. Can you share with our audience why do you think it's important to bring artificial intelligence and data science to people outside the cities and make it more accessible?
The investors and every person who is starting the business are thinking there are many more opportunities in the city, and there we can turn over much more but rather there are much more opportunities to explore, even in the small towns and villages too, because especially in this technical field, because people over there and students over there are very need to learn things. They are thinking if you have provided them with the opportunity same as the opportunity provided to the city students, they are very much interested to learn, and they are very much opened up to learn, because they are thinking these opportunities are very much tough for them to get. See, because once I have visited some villages and some students in the mountain regions, they are very explorable kids to learn very new technologies and everything else. So I thought it will be a big wrong if we keep away this opportunity away from them. So I thought, why can't we, or why can't the businesses and any micro entrepreneurship program, if we started up in small towns and villages, it will create a lot of opportunities, and it will open up many doors for many kids also. So I thought it is nothing wrong in trying a new thing in small towns and villages, and it will be a different thing for the investors also if they started up to explore in this area.
So you mentioned that AI is a very powerful buzzword, and now that people have been having different reactions to it. Do you have any stories to share of how people have responded to this initiative, this really cool initiative that you've taken?
Yeah, sure. I have various type of experience in this, because once I have once myself and my husband decided to uh, start this business, I thought we should first focus on this city side. Myself, I have there will be like many learning and misconception and many wrong thing you will do yourself. But it is nothing wrong in making mistakes. I hope so, because the first mistake I made is I thought we should first start up with the city kids, and we should approach more schools. My husband said no, we should start up with the village kids first. I said it will be a much more complex thing for the village kids to make them understand, and it will be a much more complex thing for the government school, especially in the villages, to explore, because it is a unheard thing for them. So myself had a misconception, and I have reached out to, you believe it or not, I have reached out to many schools in Chennai, many known schools in Chennai, and I have approached the principals and everyone who is the, but they are, but there won't be any interest I have seen in the kids, and because for them it is just like a game or something else. It does not created and or kindle any interest in them. And so far as in the school side, I don't want to blame, but I just want to say they are thinking like um, it is we can handle the things, like we can make them learn technical part, and they don't need any learning other than that. They are thinking it as a theoretical way. They are thinking no need of playway method, and they thought there is no need for practical learning. Theoretical learning is fine. But once I went to a village, uh, where I went to a very remote village near Madurai, and another village in Megamalai, in a hillside. There won't be any, the school time itself will be limited because of the climatic conditions and all. Those kids are not provided any opportunity to learn new things, the first of all the thing. And when I went there for the first time, I was very much confused, like how we are going to make them understand, how they are going to create interest in them, like that. But once we started first they start first they first they washed up with some fear, like whether it is not understandable, things like that. But once we make them to play with the kids, what we have taken with us, they started slowly, they came forward, and they started to play, and they started to explore. Especially the girl childs are very much scared to explore. The boys are okay. They thought it will be like a game, and they wanted to explore and learn. The girl thought it is much more complex, and slowly one girl came forward, and they started to explore. I can see genuine happiness in their face. um, See, learning should be a happy process. Learning should be a joyful process than dumping them and putting them in classes and preaching them or teaching them for hours and hours. It does not work in that way. It should be a funful process. It should be a it should be a open up process, and it should kindle a curiosity in them. I can see many curious little faces who are ready to explore many things. And there is a one particular experience I just want to share. In a village near Madurai, while we are teaching robotics and AI there, those kids, their school is near national highway, so they used to see many accidents over there. They it is a routine there. So one kid came up with an idea, like they are not well in the technical part, but idea matters. According to me, idea matters. It will open up curiosity, and it will open up to the technical part. So one kid came up with the idea like, why can't we put a sensor in a helmet or something while the person is dozing off, and while he is lacking of interest either in a lorry or whatever things, it should create a beep. Why can't we do that? He came up with an idea. So we make the kid to do that idea with the help of the teachers over there and with our person. See, that is the thing. It should kindle an interest in them, and it should think of any idea, and it should create idea in them. That is the way I saw it.
Great. As a woman in data science and an entrepreneur, can you share how you overcame challenges and just any advice for young women who want to get into entrepreneurship right now?
Yeah, sure. First, we should not think about where we start and how we start. For the young women entrepreneurs and students, I'm telling us, like, you should be open to make your mistakes. You should not be afraid to make mistakes. So see, whatever process business is not about getting succeeded and celebrating the success or going through a failure and all. It is a process, it is a journey. There will, in the journey, there will be a lot of success coming, and there will be a lot more failures. And you should think business as a journey to go on. And you should be open up, and you should be open to explore, and you should be open to make mistakes, and you should be open to correct from your mistakes. And it is not about making wise choices or wrong choices. There will be a time you will make wrong choices, but that should not stop you. You will make wrong choices, and you will make wrong decisions, and you will make mistakes, but that should not stop you. And even if there is a failure coming, and even if people won't trust you, it should not stop you from doing what you love, and doing your things in your own way. It will create your own path for you. And that path will be unique, and that path will make others to follow you. So be opened up, and be very brave to go through this journey. Whatever this journey will bring you, it will be, um, if you do what you love, whatever this journey bring, it will make you happy in the end.
So how did you start off the journey of doing this, and what should students do if they also want to do something like this?
See, the way I have started is, um, I myself made me curious to learn new things. And I just wanted to learn first how AI works, and what and all I want to learn in the way. I made my own mistakes, and it is a very difficult process for me. But I thought of than thinking of in a technical part. I thought it as a project, like, I thought many, as a person who is interested in stuff like painting and things like that, I just wanted to take it in a creative way. So I thought, rather than the technical part, I thought of creating projects. I made myself some creating projects, and I just want to reach that way, how my project works. Like, I made some little projects, and I want to explore in that way of making my projects come alive. I learned certain things. So for the students, I'm advising it, like, they should bring a community of people who is interested in AI, like a small community of students. And there should be a teacher who is directing them, and they should create a own project in and around the project, in and around the problems around them. Like, day to day, there will be a lot of small problems around them. It will be the, like, waste management, or building a community FM or things, stuff like that. They should build around a small projects around them. And once they start working towards the project and towards the goal what they want to achieve, in that way they will learn the technology. Because story is more interesting than the technical part. Once we created a story, and once we create a project, student will get excited to make the project live, and they will be interested to make the story line live. So that is the thing I look forward to, make the students work in that way too. They should create a small community projects. In that way, they can learn the technical aspects too, and they will be accomplished with results, real-time results that will be more encouraging for them to work forward. So in that way, they can kindle their interest and make themselves learn.
Right. I think I really like your approach of learning by doing, and essentially having students learn by actually, doing things around themselves in these daily, everyday life problems, right? I think that's really cool. We've really enjoyed the session with you so much, and we've kind of come to the last question for our fireside chat session. Are there any anecdotes or anything you'd like to share from your end with our audience?
Yeah. My final thing is like you should be open up to learn new things. uh, Age does not matter, and what is your background does not matter, and what you have studied so far does not matter. You should think like what you should be opened up to learn any new things. That's a way of growing, either in business or in life. You should be open up to learn new things, because once you are thinking like it is out of the line, I have not came across these things, you won't learn new things, and you won't grow up in life as well as business. So you should be open up to learn new things. In that way, you will explore more things in life, and it will make your life interesting, and make your business grow also.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your experience and expertise. We're really happy that you shared your time and thoughts with us today.
Hi everyone, welcome to a fireside chat with Professor Migna, a longtime researcher, ecologist, environmental scientist, and a professor here at Ashoka. Thank you for spending time with us to talk more about your work, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me, even though I'm no computer scientist.
That's fine, Professor. Today is all about you and your work, and let's start right up with the questions. When we think of AI and data science, we think of mathematics, fields like computer science, statistics. Your work in ecology and environment uses machine learning with satellites, which is a very unique combination. How does data science play a part in ecology and the environment, which is literally around us everywhere?
So when you're working in ecology or environment, which is the natural systems, you can't do a planned experiment. So because you can't do a planned experiment, you're using a natural experiment that's already there in nature. So therefore, you might be collecting samples, or your places where you're collecting samples are all across the landscape. So normally what happens when you're doing a study like this, it ends up being very data rich. And so actually these disciplines they use very sophisticated statistics, and they also use, because often these questions, they play out at different scales. So you have some scales that play out, some processes that play out maybe at a 1 meter scale, but some things are playing out at hundreds of kilometers. So we also end up collecting data over large landscapes and regions. And so therefore all of this, as you can imagine, is very data rich. So that's one thing. Because it's data rich, we end up having lots of statistical tools. And if you're an ecologist or an environmental scientist, a major part of the coursework and the training you do is in statistics. Now, so there's one thing, collecting data over very large scales. The other thing is, if you're trying to understand processes and patterns at very large scales, what's going to happen is that you can't always collect all of the data at that scale because it's time intensive, it's costly, you can't be in multiple places at the same time. So for some of the things, we can use satellite imagery to get those measurements. And so the beauty of satellite imagery is that these satellites, they go around the Earth at different frequencies. So you have some satellites that are going around every day, but they're giving you, or every 8 days, but they're giving you imagery that has a pixel size of, say, 250 meters or 1 kilometer. Or you may have some satellites that are going around maybe every 16 days, but they give you pixel size of 30 meters. So depending on what is the pattern, what is the object that you want to quantify, you'll use them differently. Now, how does AI come into it? Supposing you're using the satellite imagery to try and find, say, how much forest is there, how much biomass is there, how much canopy cover is there, then you can create algorithms to match the two. So you can, I mean, you won't be 100% sure, but but at some level of accuracy, you'll be able to tell what is the canopy cover or the biomass or water pollution or coral depth or any of these things you can quantify. So for example, Rutu in my class, she has used machine learning and done the same thing. So now what happens with all of this is these algorithms, you can run when you're training, when you're making the algorithm, you have to calibrate it and validate it. To do this, you can either run conventional statistical models or you can run AI models. So the advantage of using AI is that it can pick up on things that even you can't pick up on. So when you're doing these algorithms, you may have like a dimensional space of even 10, 20, 30, 40. So with humans, because we are limited, we can maybe, cognitively, etc., make sense of maybe 10 dimensional space or 12 dimensional space. The beauty of AI is that it can do it for n dimensional spaces. And so that's why I want to give you the example of Ritu for our class. What she's done is she's used machine learning to quantify tea plantations. And the thing is about tea plantations is it can be done manually, but with a conventional statistical program, but the accuracy we were getting was not that high because we were limited by what humans can do. But what Rutu has done is she has labeled the tea plantations and non-tea plantations across Assam, and using the machine learning, they've picked up qualities that we can't pick up, and as well, she's been able to accurately quantify and map tea plantations in Tamil Nadu. And so those are so there are a lot of things there's just too much data for humans to process, and these kind of things, identification of things like, is it a mango, is it a mango, again, this is Ritu's example, is it a mango plantation or is it a papaya plantation? Is it a tea plantation? There are other open questions that are difficult to detect, like where is the coffee plantation? These kind of things, especially because you want to automate it across time and space, right? You want to do it for all India or for the whole world, or you want to do it across time, then these kind of processes, machine learning is really useful.
Thank you for that answer, Professor. And I think this project just puts it all into great perspective for us. And on similar lines, a lot of your work involves AI and sustainability. How do data science and AI contribute towards sustainability? And could you give us like examples of the same?
Okay. So sustainability, the definition of sustainable development is that you have economic development, social justice, and environmental conservation at the same time. Now, I'll be honest, I personally haven't seen examples of AI being used for actually looking at social justice, environmental conservation, or economic development. I mean, I believe there is some in economic development. We generally stick to traditional statistics for that, but to get to the final answer, right? To get to the final answers, are the elephants being killed more because they're in tea plantations? Or you can use AI for some steps along the way. So for example, one of my colleagues, And I'll have to check with her if she's okay with me talking about it. So maybe you can edit it out later if she says no to it. So for example, one of my colleagues at the EVS department, she works on fisheries. And her earlier work has found that a lot of fish are caught as bycatch and then they are thrown back into the water. Sorry, edit this out. Okay, I'll say it again. So one of my colleagues has been working on fisheries, and what she's found is, and she has this portal called In Season Fish, which advises you in this season which fish should you eat, so that you're not eating a fish during its spawning period or a period when its populations are low. So what is the correct season to eat a fish? But what she realized when she was working on this is that the people can't actually recognize a lot of the fish. So, the restaurant owners can't recognize it, the fishermen often sometimes can't recognize it, and the consumers can't recognize it. So, for example, in this case, she's using AI to make an app. And so, what she's going to do is, so the machine learning is going to be able to identify the fish. Now, you've seen how fish look so similar, right? So, the machine learning is going to look at characteristics of the fish, like the fin length, position of the eye, etc., etc. And so then once that's loaded on, once the algorithm is made, any user can take that app, take a picture of the fish, it'll identify the fish, and then they'll be able to see, it'll be linked with information of, is this appropriate to eat right now or not. And similarly, you have lots of other processes like this camera trapping, soundscape. So a lot of the technical stuff of measuring stuff, AI can really help with. Like there's another thing that's become very common is soundscape analysis, which is you put sound recorders in different locations and it'll record the sound at different frequencies, at different. And so basically, if you train it enough, then you'll be able to, and it's very time intensive to analyze, right? Because each minute of recording, you can imagine how much time that takes to analyze, because you have to manually draw out, okay, at this frequency, there was this much, etc., etc. Again, machine learning you can use to automate that. So then you can, once you've trained it with enough species calls, and then once you run it through the algorithm, it'll tell you, okay, how many calls of this species were there, and not just in 1 minute, but like days, months, years, right? So all the tools that, so remote sensing are also a tool that goes into sustainability. All of these processes can be automated using machine learning.
Right, Professor. And I mean, you've already talked about how AI and ML are helping us understand these complex systems and projects. So on similar, like
they're helping us identify things that are difficult to identify otherwise.
Right. So with the same line of conversation, our world today is very global and interconnected. And in your work in ecosystems and forests, you mentioned how seemingly small changes like adding a road in between forests can create a ripple effect, like changing the way animals move between forests. So in such an interconnected world, how can AI help us understand these complex systems so that we can come up with the right kind of nuanced solutions?
So as I said, AI is really good with identification, right? So if new roads are coming up all the time, AI can be used to detect those new roads, right? You can set up an algorithm that will help, and machine learning to detect if a new road has been constructed. And you can, or for example, what we did in class last week, you can use remote sensing to figure out, the thinning of the canopy cover. And right now we're using conventional algorithms, but machine learning can also be used to do that, thinning of the canopy cover, etc. So you'll be able to catch more like new roads, unmetalled roads, etc., etc. So you can be good with quantifying stuff like that. Then if you want to automate this, because again, it's really manually intensive to do it every week or every month. So you can, again, use machine learning to automate it across time and space. So this sort of data can be continuously generated. And once it's continuously generated, you can set it up with alerts, right? So if some place has had a little bit of canopy thinning and it seems to suggest that it's a linear structure, so it looks like it's a road coming up, then an unauthorized road, then you can send you can have that algorithm send a alert to the person who's in charge of that forest, right? So then so then once it's logged in the system, they have to go and make sure that something is done about that and the thinning does not continue.
Right. Professor?
And so similarly for that, like some of these alerts have already been set up. So for example, there's one fire product. So basically, if something is burning, that pixel is going to be a little hotter than its surrounding pixels. So again, a machine learning algorithm has been set up to detect these thermal anomalies. And once a thermal anomaly is detected, it's above a certain standard deviation, automatically an alert is sent to the forest department officer that there's a fire in your forest.
That is very interesting. And just talking about one of your courses that you teach or taught here at Ashoka, it was about using maps to create knowledge and solve problems. And your work involves many places and geographies. With your with your experience, can you share with us how we can use data visualization to narrate a story?
So a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? I can tell you, oh, Borneo is getting deforested a lot, or there's a lot of crop residue burning in India. But if I show you a map, right, immediately first of all, it's much more visually impactful. Secondly, the other thing is, just because our brains are also computers, right? They can pick up on factors so fast. Like, first of all, you'll be able to see how much there is. You can see where it is. A lot of patterns emerge obviously and hit you. And so it's much more convincing to use a map. And so, for example, so a lot of the stories that you might want to tell about what's happening, like, this much habitat has been lost for tigers, the fishermen are going really far, where these kind of things, if for just visualizing it is much more impactful than writing it in sentences or putting it in tables.
Definitely, Professor. And I think it's a very new perspective for me as well, because as a CS person, when we think about or when we're taught about data visualization, it's generally not about narrating a story, it's more about just tables and stats. So
Actually, we're trying this again with your computer, working with your computer science department only. So we have this app called Health Under Pollution. It's available on the App Store and on in the regular Google Play. And basically, what the app does is because of air pollution, people are falling ill a lot. But when you want to understand the health impacts of pollution, you're limited by two sorts of data sets. Either you go to a hospital and you get the medical records across time, but then you're limited to only very serious cases where people actually went to the hospital. The other thing that you're limited by is that you're limited to the hospitals that are giving you the data. The other source of data is that these national surveys that collect data that also have health data on it. But then you're limited to the time that they collected the data. So either you're catching long-term impacts of pollution or you're catching serious impacts of pollution. So pollution can have a lot more impacts like just headache, tiredness, feelings of sadness, and little coughs and colds that do reduce your ability to work and does have an impact on the economy. So to try and understand these, we have this app where we want people to we want people to report if they have any symptoms. And if we have enough samples, we'll be able to see how these different symptoms match out with the pollution levels. So one of the things that we have is that as people put in data, one output that they're going to get back is a map. So we thought about first we thought we'll give them a figure of how has your health been compared to the past. We thought we'd tell them, okay, how is your health compared to the surroundings? But a lot of people in India, they can't read figures, right? They even have like a panic attack when they see a figure. And so how we're going to give the output now is in the form of a map. What is your health like compared to the health? What is the area that you are in? What is your health like compared to the people in your surrounding? And what was the pollution like where you are compared to the people in your surrounding? So we're hoping that that is a more impactful thing to give back to them than not. Now, we don't know if it's going to work. I have a thesis student who's studying that right now, so we don't know if it's going to work. But again, we're aiming to give a map so that people can visually see the impact.
That is very interesting indeed. And just on the topic of projects and interesting, impactful ideas, you're also a part of the Network for Conserving Central India, and your work has analyzed how people, animals, and ecosystems affect each other with cutting edge data on the ground and technology. I'm sure in our audience there are a lot of people who are interested in similar projects. How can they get started with implementing their ideas or being a part of such interesting and impactful projects?
I think the first thing is if they're Ashoka students, they should do their studies properly. Whichever discipline they're majoring in, do it properly because every discipline, every single discipline can contribute to sustainability, right? Whether it's economics, whether it's anthropology, sociology, whether it's biology, the chemistry, philosophy, every single discipline can contribute to sustainability, right? So first do your major properly. Then secondly, you can take courses in environmental studies, which trains in how to specifically work in these landscapes. And then once you're trained, then people will want to work with you, right? Because the main thing is that you should be able to contribute either something from your core discipline, right? So if you're a computer scientist, you have lots of skills that other people don't have. Or, but it also helps a little bit if you're a little familiar with environment, right? But because then, I mean, the opportunities for cross collaboration are many.
Right, Professor. And I mean, thank you for that targeted advice for Ashoka students. And what about high school students? Like there are also a lot of high school students in our audience. What would you recommend for them?
If they want to work in the field of sustainability, first of all, it's okay if you're coming from any discipline, but it is important that you have some training because at the end of the day, saving the environment is whether it's technical in the philosophical sense or technical in the sociological sense or technical in the AI sense, but it is still technical. So I would recommend that you can do your bachelor's degree in any subject that you like. If you're particularly interested in environmental science or ecology, then you'll have to do a BSc. And after the BSc, you can do a master's, and that will train you to work in this discipline. If you feel that you cannot do the sciences, then you can do humanities. And there are some master's programs that do take people in to study wildlife without doing a science degree. But in general, a science degree is what people would like. If you feel you can't do science at all, even in the master's level, then you can come through it from another angle, like the social sciences. But in all of these, because all of these, some number one, you need to be a little trained. Number two, you need field experience. Now, right now you're minors and you're too young to go get field experience. But when you're in college, etc., I would recommend volunteering with organizations that do such work because it will give you a lot of experience on the ground, which will be very surprising and very different from what you learn in college. And that is also very important training to work on this in the future, right? To understand how the system works on the ground. But yeah, those are things. Experience and training would be the way to go for this.
Thank you so much for your advice, Professor. And just again, talking about field experience and projects, when we are excited or passionate about a project, it's very easy to just jump into it and think of immediately creating an app or software to solve a problem. But in all your research, you actually visit the places you're studying, you talk to the people and analyze the law, policy, economics, and the environment there. Why is it important to take this holistic kind of approach, and what are the disadvantages of taking the isolated approach, as people may put it? Could you give us some examples of the same?
So I'll begin with an example. So this is the decade of restoration, right? Because we want to solve climate change. So this year, this decade, the emphasis is on restoring the forests in across the world so that we can balance our carbon budget. And so a lot of people have made maps and what are the areas with high restoration potential and should be prioritized for restoration. Now, so one example is a study that was published in America where they did a global map for where restoration should be done, and they used various parameters: temperature, precipitation, forest in the landscape, etc., etc. And they used all the tools at their disposal, or the disposal of remote sensing and GIS, and they did this. And they've now classified all of Bombay as being a high priority for restoration. Now, the thing is, how useful is that, right? Because what are the chances that all of Bombay is going to just give up being Bombay, a big city with millions of inhabitants, and become a forest? So it's sort of pointless, right? And so a better approach would have been to have experts, right? They could have a regional expert, an expert on India who'd be able to catch it immediately, right? This is Bombay, it's not going to be very useful. It might be useful to have other experts on board. Like, for example, Bombay is a very extreme example, but supposing you you had done a restoration map and it showed Mandla, which is a small town in India, as being ripe for a high priority for restoration. In that context, also you'll need experts on board who can assess whether it is even possible for Mandla to be restored, right? Because maybe the people over there have some political history where they do not want to be restored, or maybe there's some conflict that we are unaware of. So we're not sure. We don't know the economics of the situation. We don't know the sociology of the situation. We don't know how the people living in that area are thinking. We don't know the politics of the situation. And so therefore, it becomes important to bring other experts on board who can help you do your work better. Because even if you're a computer scientist or a remote sensor sitting anywhere, in our discipline, we have to go to the field, but in other disciplines, you may not go to the field, but it's important to bring other people on board who can advise you on these other matters.
Absolutely, Professor. And I think your example really portrayed really well the advantages of taking that holistic approach. We have come to our final question, which is a lot of your research uses cutting edge technology like drones, sensors, and satellites. What do you find most exciting in AI and data science and its potential in ecology?
So I'll be honest, I came late to data science, right? I guess data science, I don't know, I've been doing statistics for a long time, but I came late to AI. And what I really appreciate about it is that the accuracy levels, if you've done it properly, can be a lot higher than other methods. And so the potential of running AI to get whatever product it is, whether you're trying to identify fish, or you're trying to identify the forest clearings, or you're trying to identify, you're trying to use AI to quantify SO2 on the ground, they have the potential. First of all, it's so exciting to get a high accuracy level. And secondly, it's a challenge. How can we increase the accuracy level, which is also very exciting. And then there's the use. Once you've enjoyed the challenge of how can I improve the accuracy, right? That's like a really fun thing to do. Once you've enjoyed the challenge of how to improve the accuracy, then you have these amazing accuracy levels that you can get through machine learning that sometimes you can't get through other methods. And then because these machine learning algorithms can be automated, you can get them across space and time, right? So you can answer many cool questions that you wouldn't have been able to answer earlier. So the potential is that part is really exciting. And the challenge always creating something new that has not been created before. So like with drones, can we use hyperspectral drones to quantify something that has not been quantified before? Can we use this particular sensor to quantify something that has not been quantified before, right? Based on these, you can with these things, you can answer so many more questions related with environment and sustainability.
Definitely, Professor. And not going to lie, just a great accuracy level just gets all of our hearts beating very fast as well. And thank you so much for talking to us and sharing all these amazing stories. I really enjoyed it, and I'm sure our audience did too. And thank you so much for being with us today at the Women in Data Science Conference at Ashoka.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. And it sounds like a really amazing thing that you guys are doing.
Thank you so much, Professor.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಅಘಲಯ. ನಾನು ಉಸ್ಮಾನಿಯಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಿಂದ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಪದವಿ ಪಡೆದು ನಂತರ IIM ಕೋಳಿಕೋಡ್ನಿಂದ PhD ಪದವಿ ಪಡೆದು ಈಗ ನಿಟಿ ಅಂದರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಔದ್ಯೋಗಿಕ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾ ಮುಂಬೈದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಿಕೆ ಆಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ಪೂರೈಕೆ ಸರಪಳಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಚೈನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಕಾರ್ಯಾಚರಣೆ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಪರಿಸರ ಸ್ನೇಹಿ ಪೂರೈಕೆ ಸರಪಳಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಲಿ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಚೈನ್ಸ್, ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ವಿಮಾನಯಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಚರಣೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಏವಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಠ್ಯ ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಪೂರೈಕೆ ಸರಪಳಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಚೈನ್ಸ್. ಈ ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಮತ್ತೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೋಧಿಸುವುದು. ಈ ದಿನ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಕ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳಲು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಅಶೋಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ಈ ದಿನದ ಚರ್ಚಾ ವಿಷಯ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇನ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಉತ್ತಮೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಬಳಕೆ. ಉತ್ತಮೀಕರಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಅಥವಾ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು? ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ದತ್ತಾಂಶ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಅಂದರೆ ಡೇಟಾ ಸೈನ್ಸದ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ. ಒಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಹುಡುಕುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಶಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ವೇರಿಯೇಬಲ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಒಂದು ವೇರಿಯೇಬಲ್, ಪೂರೈಕೆದಾರರ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಒಂದು ವೇರಿಯೇಬಲ್, ಬೆಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಒಂದು ವೇರಿಯೇಬಲ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಿರ್ಬಂಧಗಳು ಇರುತ್ತವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ನಿಯಮಿತ ಕಚ್ಚಾ ಪದಾರ್ಥಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಾ ಮಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತವೆ. ಉತ್ತಮ ಪರಿಹಾರ ವಿವರಣೆ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಖರ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗರಿಷ್ಠ ಲಾಭ ಗಳಿಸುವುದು. ನಿರ್ಬಂಧಗಳು ಇರುವಾಗ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಬಳಸಿ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಇದೇ ಮೇನ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ವರ್ತಕ ಅಂದರೆ ಟ್ರೇಡರ್ ಪೂರೈಕೆದಾರನಿಂದ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಪ್ಲೈಯರ್ನಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರಕನ್ನ ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಗೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾರಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಲಾಭ ಗಳಿಸುವುದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ಗಡುವು ದಿನಾಂಕ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೈರಿ ಡೇಟ್ ಅದರ್ ಮುಗಿಯುವ ಮುಂಚೆ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಲಸಿಕೆ ನೀಡುವುದು ಮತ್ತು ವೇಳಾಪಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅಥವಾ ಟೈಮ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತಯಾರಿಸೋದು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ಅಮೆಝಾನ್ ಸಾಮಗ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಗ್ರಾಹಕರಿಗೆ 3 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 3 ಡೇ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ತಲುಪಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ದಿನ ನಾನು 2 ವಿಷಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ವಿಷಯ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಚೈನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವುದು ಸಾಮಾನನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ತರ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನುಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋ ರೀತಿಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಡಬ್ಬಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಮಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಾಡದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಫಿಲ್ಲರ್ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. US ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಬಿಲಿಯನ್ ಮರಗಳನ್ನ ಕಡಿದು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ವೇಗವಾಗಿ ನಾಶ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬಳಸಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಡಬ್ಬ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಟಲ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಮುದ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಸಾಗರ ಜೀವ ಜಂತುಗಳು ಸಾಯ್ತವೆ. ಇದರ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಏನು? ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಚೈನ್ ವ್ಯವಹಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅನ್ನ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿ ವಿಧಾನ ಯಾವುದು? ಇದೇ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ವಿಷಯ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಉತ್ಪಾದಕ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿಲ್ಲರೆ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ನಡುವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ರೀಟೇಲರ್ ನಡುವೆ ಇರುವ ಗೇಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಟನ ನಾವು ಗಣಿತ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಅಥವಾ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕಲ್ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಉತ್ಪಾದಕ ತನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲಾರ್ಜ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಬಿಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೆಲೆಗೆ ಮಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದೇ ಚಿಲ್ಲರೆ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನವನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೆಲೆಗೆ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡಕ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಗ್ರಾಹಕ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಬೆಲೆಗೆ ಸಾಮಾನ ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಸಾಮಾನನ್ನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಫಿಲ್ಲರ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಮಾನನ್ನ ಗ್ರಾಹಕ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡದೇನೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದಕ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿಲ್ಲರೆ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ನಡುವೆ ಸಮಜಾಯಿಷಿ ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಕೆಲವು ಅಂಶದ ಮೇಲೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಸಾಮಾನಿನ ಗಾತ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೈಜ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಅದರ ಬೆಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೈಸ್, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ತರ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸು ಇದೆ. ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಗ್ಯಾಂಬಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅಮೆಝಾನ್ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿ ಸಾಮಾನುಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀಸಲಾದ ವಿನ್ಯಾಸ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿ ಕಾರ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಖರೀದಿಸಿದ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಇ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ಐಟಮ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಮ್ದು ದಿನಸಿ ಸಾಮಾನು ಗ್ರೋಸರೀಸ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಒಂದೇ ಬಂಡಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಬಂಡ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಝೀರೋ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತಾನೂ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಸಿಂಪ್ಲೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಚೀಲದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸಾಮಾನನ್ನ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಎರಡನೇ ವಿಷಯ ಏನು ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಏವಿಯೇಷನ್ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರೂಯ ವೇಳಾಪಟ್ಟಿ ತಯಾರಿಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರೂ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್, ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ಇರುವ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಯಾವುದೆಂದರೆ ಹಾರಾಟ ನಡೆಸುವ ವಿಮಾನ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ನಂತರ ಪುನಃ ತಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರುವಂತ ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದರ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಏನು? ಕೆಲವೇ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಖರ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಮಾನಯಾನವನ್ನ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವುದು. ಆದರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಇದೆ. ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೂ ಇವೆ. ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಲದ ಪ್ರಯಾಣದಿಂದ ಆಗುವ ಆಯಾಸ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರೂ ಫೆಟಿಗ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ. ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ದಿನ ದೂರ ಇರುವುದು ಇವರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕಂಪನಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಹಾರಾಟ ಪ್ರಯಾಣಗಳಿಂದ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇದರ ಖರ್ಚ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುವುದು, ವಿಮಾನಯಾನಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಇರುವ ದೀರ್ಘ ಸಮಯದ ಕಾಯುವಿಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಂಗ್ ವೇಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್, ಇದರಿಂದ ಕಮ್ಮಿಯಾದ ಹಣ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಹೇಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳ ವಿಮಾನಯಾನಗಳ ನಿಗದಿತ ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ 30-20-30 ವಿಮಾನ ನಿಲ್ದಾಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅದರನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಗದಿಪಡಿಸುವುದು, ಕ್ರೂ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮೀರಿದ ವೇರಿಯೇಬಲ್ಸ್ ಇವೆ. ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಹಾರಾಟ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 1 ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, 1 ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ತರ ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಾಂಬಿನೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಟ್ರಿಪ್ಸ್. ಹಾಗೆ 1000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಿರ್ಬಂಧನೆಗಳು ಅದು ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವ ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಗರಿಷ್ಠ ಅವಧಿ, ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರಾಟದ ಗರಿಷ್ಠ ಅವಧಿ ಗಂಟೆಗಳು, ಹಾರಾಟದ ನಡುವಿನ ನಿಯಮಿತ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿ, 1 ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸುವ ನಿಯಮಿತ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ, ಹೋಟೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ ಸಮಯದ ಮಿತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ ಆನ್ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ ರೆಸ್ಟ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಮಾನ ಹಾರಾಟಗಳನ್ನ ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸುವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಆ ಕ್ರೂ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದರ ಉತ್ತರ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಇಂಟೀರಿಯರ್ ಲೀನಿಯರ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಇಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿ ಲಾರ್ಜ್ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ಇದರ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಬೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕಟಾ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಬೇಕುವ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ವೇಳಾಪಟ್ಟಿ ಹುಡುಕ್ಬೋದು ಆಪ್ಟಿಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಇಂದ. ಸೊ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ, ಸಮಾಜ, ಪರಿಸರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೀಪಲ್, ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್, ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್, ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಗಣಗೆ ತಂದುಕೊಂಡು ಅವುಗಳ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕು. ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್, ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್, ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೋ ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇವಾಗ. ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥಗಳನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಯಲು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಿಸಿ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಜೆಪ್ಟೋ 10 ಮಿನಿಟ್ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಡ್ರೋನ್ ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಉಕ್ರೇನ್ ಕ್ರೈಸಿಸ್ ನಮ್ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಸಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ಈ ವಿಡಿಯೋದಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಬಂತು. ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಯವರ ಸೂಪರ್ವಿಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದ ಈ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವಂದನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಶೋಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಯು.
ஓகே, என்னோட பேர் வந்து சூரிய பிரபா. நான் வந்து யூகோட் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் சொல்யூஷன்ற கம்பெனி வந்து ரன் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். எப்பயுமே நம்ம எல்லாத்துக்குமே வந்து நிறைய கனவுகள் இருக்கும். அது சில பேரால அக்கம்ப்ளிஷ் பண்ண முடியுது, சில பேரால பண்ண முடியல. நம்ம அந்த கனவுகள் வந்து அக்கம்ப்ளிஷ் ஆகாததுக்கு காரணமா நம்ம மத்தவங்கள எப்பயுமே வந்து நம்ம பாயிண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணுவோம் ஃபிங்கர்ஸ் வச்சு, உங்களால இந்த சுச்சுவேஷன்னால அப்படின்னு. ஆனா ஒரு பாயிண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணும்போது ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம் மட்டும் மறந்துடாதீங்க. ஒரு ஃபிங்கர் தான் வந்து மத்தவங்கள பாயிண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணுது, மீதி இருக்கிற 3 ஃபிங்கர்ஸும் வந்து உங்களை தான் பாயிண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணும். ஸோ எதுவா இருந்தாலுமே நீங்க லைஃப்ல அட்டைன் பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சிருக்கிறது அட்டைன் ஆறதுக்கும் நீங்கள தான் காரணமா இருப்பீங்க, அட்டைன் ஆகாம இருக்கிறதுக்கும் வந்து நீங்க தான் காரணமா இருப்பீங்க. இப்ப என்னோட கேள்வி என்ன இருந்ததுன்னா, எனக்கு நிறைய ஆசைகள் இருந்தது. நிறைய பிசினஸ் உமன் ஆகணும்ன்றது வந்து ஒரு சின்ன வயசுல இருந்து ஒரு கோலா இருந்தது. அந்த எந்த ஃபீல்டுலாம் நான் யோசிக்கல. செல்ஃபா நானே எனக்கு ஒரு ஐடென்டிட்டி கிரியேட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ற ஆசை நிறைய பேருக்கு இருக்கிற மாதிரி எனக்கும் இருந்தது. ஆனா வந்து ஒரு மிடில் கிளாஸ் ஹோம் மேக்கர் ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறமா ஒரு நார்மலான ஹோம் மேக்கரா ஒரு கிட்ஸை பாத்துக்கிறதுக்கான ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி எல்லாம் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமுமே வந்து என்னால அந்த கனவை வந்து என்னால கிவ் அப் பண்ணவே முடியல. என்னோட ஜேர்னி எப்படி ஆரம்பிச்சதுன்னா, நான் வந்து ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து பியூர் சயின்ஸ் படிச்சேன். ஏன்னா சயின்ஸ் வந்து எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும், அதனால படிச்சேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து என்னோட இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா வந்து என்ன ஜம்ப் பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கிறான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நினைப்பீங்க. சில பேருக்கு வந்து இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து இயர்லியர் ஸ்டேஜ்லயே வந்து அவங்க கண்டுபிடிச்சிருவாங்க, அதை நோக்கி அந்த கோல் மாதிரி செட் பண்ணி போவாங்க. ஆனா என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நான் நிறைய மிஸ்டேக்ஸும் பண்ணேன், நிறைய ட்ரையல் அண்ட் எரர் வந்து நிறைய பண்ணிட்டே இருந்தேன். ஸ்கூல்ல பியூர் சயின்ஸ் முடிச்சேன், காலேஜ்ல வந்து மைக்ரோபயாலஜி முடிச்சேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து ஒரு பெரிய லீப் டிசைனிங் கோர்ஸ் முடிச்சேன் சென்னையில. அதுக்கப்புறம் அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் ஃபீல்ட்ல வந்து நிறைய டிசைனிங் பண்ணி தர ஒரு டிசைனரா வந்து என்னோட கெரியர் வந்து அப்படிதான் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆச்சு. இதுலயே வந்து நிறைய ஜம்ப் ஓவர்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஆனா இது எல்லா விஷயங்களுமே நான் வந்து பிடிச்சு பண்ணேன். எனக்கு சயின்ஸ் பிடிக்கும். அதனால நான் சயின்ஸ் பத்தி நிறைய எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சு அதனால படிச்சேன். மைக்ரோபயாலஜி ஃபீல்ட்ல ஒரு கியூரியாசிட்டி இருந்தது. அது எப்படி கண்ணுக்கு தெரியாத ஒரு விஷயங்கள்னால இப்படி ஒரு விஷயம் இது பண்ண முடியும், இம்பாக்ட் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு கத்துக்கிற ஆர்வம் இருந்தது. அதனால பண்ணேன். பேசிக்கா அப்புறம் எனக்கு நிறைய கிரியேட்டிவான திங்ஸ் பண்ண பிடிக்கும். டிராயிங், பெயிண்டிங் அதெல்லாம். அந்த விஷயங்கள் வந்து என்னோட கெரியரை வந்து அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் ஃபீல்ட்ல டிசைனரா வந்து கொண்டு போய் நிறுத்துச்சு. இப்படி ஒரு லைஃப் வந்து இப்படி செட்டிலான வேல மூவ் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது யூஸ்வலா எல்லாருக்கும் இருக்கிற மாதிரி கல்யாண குழந்தைகள்னு சொல்லிட்டு நானும் செட்டில் ஆயிட்டேன். ஆனா செட்டில் ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறமும் தெர் இஸ் சம்திங் லேக்கிங் இன் மை லைஃப் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி எனக்கு தோணிட்டே இருந்தது. ஏதோ ஒன்று நம்ம எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணணும். நான் எப்பயுமே ஓப்பன் அப் டு லேர்ன் நியூ திங்ஸ் தான். ஏன்னா நீங்க நிறைய ஷிஃப்ட் ஓவர் நான் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. நான் மாத்தி மாத்தி தான் கத்துக்கிட்டே இருந்தேன். இது வந்து என்னோட இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து அடுத்தடுத்த ஃபீல்ட்ல இது என்னன்னு எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணி பார்க்கணுன்ற ஆர்வத்துல இருந்தது. அப்புறம் ஒன்ஸ் வந்து என்னோட ஹஸ்பண்ட நான் சொல்லிட்டே இருப்பேன், நான் ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு பிசினஸ் பண்ணணும், ஏதாச்சும் ஒண்ணு பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஒரு ஐடியாவா அவர்கிட்ட சொல்லும்போது யூஸ்வலா என்ன சொல்லுவாருன்னா திங்க் பிக் திங்க் பிங்கர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டே இருப்பாரு. நம்ம எப்படி திங்க் பிக்கா பண்ண முடியும்? நம்ம வந்து நார்மலான ஒரு ஹோம் மேக்கர், நம்ம நார்மலான ஒரு மிடில் கிளாஸ் இது இருக்கோம், பெரிய ஃபினான்ஷியல் பேக்ரவுண்ட் இல்லை. இந்த விஷயங்கள்லாம் வந்து என்னை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணதான் செஞ்சது. ஆனா ஒன்ஸ் எனக்கு பிடிச்ச ஒரு கியூரியாசிட்டி கிரியேட் பண்ற ஒரு ஃபீல்ட நான் பார்த்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தட் டசன்ட் ஸ்டாப் மீ ஃப்ரம் எனி பேரியர்ஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் என் மனசுல வந்து ஒரு ஃபினான்ஷியல் சுச்சுவேஷனோ, நம்ம ஹோம் மேக்கரா இருக்கோம், நம்ம கிட்ஸ் வச்சிருக்கோம் அப்படின்ற எந்த ஒரு பேரியர்ஸுமே எனக்கு கிரியேட் பண்ணவே இல்லை. ஐ ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் டு என்ஜாய் த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி given to me and I started to enjoy what I have explored so far. அது ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் பத்தி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கேள்விப்படும் போது வந்து எனக்கு நம்ம டெக்னிக்கல் பர்சனே கிடையாது, நம்மளுக்கு இது புரியவே இல்லை அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவாய்ட் பண்ணிட்டே இருந்தேன். ஆனா ஒன்ஸ் வந்து இது இவ்வளோ எல்லா ஃபீல்ட்லயுமே இவ்வளோ தூரம் இம்பாக்ட் கிரியேட் பண்ண போதா அப்படின்ற ஒரு கியூரியாசிட்டி வந்தோடனே ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் மை செல்ஃப் லேர்னிங் திங்ஸ் லைக் கோடிங் அண்ட் ஸ்டஃப்ஸ் லைக் தட். நம்மளுக்கு புரியாத விஷயம் அப்படின்னு நம்ம ஒதுக்குற நம்மளுக்கே வந்து அது இவ்வளவு தூரம் கியூரியாசிட்டி கிரியேட் பண்ண வச்சு லேர்ன் பண்ண வச்சுச்சுன்னா நம்ம ஏன் அதே ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு நம்ம கொண்டு போக கூடாது அப்படின்றதும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒரு கொஸ்டினா வந்து இருந்தது. ஏற்கனவே வந்து பல ஃபெயிலியர் பிஸ்னஸ்லாம் வந்து நான் ரன் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஐ எம் ஸோ ப்ரவுட் டு சே தட் டூ. நான் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கும்போதும் நாங்கள் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸாக சேர்ந்து குட்டி குட்டி பிஸ்னஸ்லாம் நாங்கள் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அது ஒரு ஃபெயில் அண்ட் ட்ரையல் அண்ட் எரர் மெத்தடாக தான் இருந்திருக்கு. பட் டஸ் நாட் ஸ்டாப் மீ ஃப்ரம் ட்ரைங் திஸ் நியூ திங் ஆல்சோ. இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய ட்ரையல் அண்ட் எரர் போனனால வந்து இதுவும் எனக்கு ஒரு சரி ஓகே வி கேன் கிவ் இட் அஸ் அ ட்ரை அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நினைச்சேன் நான். பட் ஒன்ஸ் ஐ ஹவ் ஸ்டார்டட் ட்ரைங் திஸ், இது வந்து நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃபெயிலியர் இருந்தாலும் சரி, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எல்லாருமே கேள்வி கேட்டாங்க, நீ உமனா நீ எப்படி பண்ண முடியும், நீ இந்த ஃபீல்ட்லயே கிடையாது, அப்படி இருக்கும்போது நீ எப்படி இதை பண்ண முடியும், இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய பேரியர்ஸ் இருந்துச்சு. ஆனா இந்த எந்த பேரியர்ஸுமே வந்து என்னை ஸ்டாப் பண்ண முடியல. ஏன்னா எனக்கு வந்து இதுல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து ரொம்ப இருந்தது. இதே விஷயம்தான், இதே இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து நம்ம வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கூட கொண்டு போயிட்டோம்னா அதுக்கப்புறம் லேர்னிங்ன்றது வந்து நம்ம அவங்களுக்கு திணிக்க தேவையில்லை. இது வந்து நேச்சுரலான வேயாவே அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும். அதே மாதிரி ஒன்ஸ் நாங்க யூகோட் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறமே வந்து எனக்குரிய மிஸ்கன்செப்ஷன் என்ன இருந்ததுன்னா, சிட்டி சைட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் வில்லேஜ் சைட் போகணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு மிஸ்கன்செப்ஷன் எனக்கும் இருந்தது. ஏன்னா வில்லேஜ் சைட்ல வந்து அவங்க ஈஸியா அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்க மாட்டாங்க, இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்தா தான் பண்ணுவாங்க, இல்லைன்னா புரியாது அப்படின்றது இருந்தது. என்னோட ஹஸ்பண்ட் வந்து ப்ரெஷர் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க, நீ வில்லேஜஸ்ல போய் பாரு அப்படின்னு. ஆனா ஹி கிவ் இட் அஸ் எப்பயுமே வந்து ஓப்பனா ஹி வில் சே வெதர் யூ ஃபெயில் ஆர் நாட் டசன்ட் மேட்டர், யூ ஜஸ்ட் ட்ரை அண்ட் சி, உன்னோட வேலையை நீ போய் ட்ரை பண்ணி பாரு அப்படின்னாங்க. அதே மாதிரி நான் சிட்டி சைடில் ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்த்தேன். ஐ டோன்ட் காட் மெனி அதர் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் அண்ட் மெனி பீப்புள் டாட் ஓப்பன் அப் டு மீ. ஸோ நான் திங்க் பண்ணி சரி ஓகே வை கான் வி ரீச் த வில்லேஜஸ். வில்லேஜில் ரீச் பண்ணி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நான் கிளாஸ் எடுக்கும் போதே இட் இஸ் அ மொமெண்ட் தட் சேஞ்ச் ஃபார் எவர்னு நான் சொல்லலாம். ஏன்னா அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு அவ்வளோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்தது, லேர்ன் பண்றதுக்கு அவ்வளோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்தது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவங்க பயந்து பின்வாங்கினாலும் அடுத்து ஒன்ஸ் நம்ம அந்த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் அவங்களுக்குள்ள கிண்டில் பண்ணி விட்டோன்னே அவ்வளோ கியூரியஸா அவ்வளோ ஓப்பன்டப்பா வந்து லேர்ன் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. அவங்க என்ன நினைச்சாங்கன்னா, நம்மளுக்கு இந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி எல்லாம் நம்மளுக்கு கிடைக்காது, சிட்டில இருக்கிற பசங்களுக்கு தான் இந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி எல்லாம் கிடைக்கும், அப்படி ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி நம்மளுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு அப்படின்றத வந்து அவங்க ரொம்ப கிரேட்ஃபுல்லா, ரொம்ப ஜாய்ஃபுல்லா பார்க்க ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. அக்கா நாங்க இதெல்லாம் பார்த்ததே கிடையாது, நாங்க இப்ப டைரக்டா நாங்க இதை பாக்குறோம். அவங்களோட இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன்ஸ் பார்த்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா இது நார்மல் நம்மள வந்து அடுத்து ஸ்டாப் பண்ணவே விடாது நம்மள. அடுத்து நம்மள மேலும் மேலும் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை ரீச் பண்ணணும், இன்னும் இதே இன்ட்ரெஸ்டும் இதே கியூரியாசிட்டியும் வந்து இன்னும் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கிட்டையும் கிரியேட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ற விஷயமே வந்து என்னை இன்னும் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து நிறைய ரீச் பண்ண வச்சுச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு பேண்டமிக்ன்ற ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து வந்தது நம்மளுக்கு. அது வந்து இன்னும் நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை வந்து என்னைய ரீச் பண்றதுல இருந்து ஸ்டாப் பண்ணாலும் சி எப்பயுமே வந்து நம்ம பிளான் பண்ண மாதிரி வந்து லைஃப்ல எல்லாமே நடந்துராது. அப்படி நடந்தா வந்து யூ வில் லாஸ் யுவர் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் டுவர்ட்ஸ் லைஃப். தட்ஸ் ஹவ் லைஃப் ஒர்க்ஸ். எப்பயுமே என்னோட பேசிக் திங் வந்து என்னன்னா, ரொம்ப காம்ப்ளெக்சிட்டியா லைஃப் வந்து கொண்டு போகக்கூடாது. எவ்வளோ நம்ம சிம்பிளா கொண்டு போறோமோ அதே தான். இதே விஷயம், இதே ஃபார்முலா தான் நம்மளுக்கு பிஸ்னஸ்லேயே ஒர்க் ஆகும், இதே ஃபார்முலா தான் நம்ம லேர்னிங்லேயே ஒர்க் ஆகும். ஒரு காம்ப்ளெக்ஸான விஷயத்த நீங்க எப்ப நீங்க சிம்பிளா மத்தவங்க கத்துக்கிற மாதிரி கொண்டு போறீங்களோ அதுலதான் வந்து லேர்ன் பண்றவங்களோட சக்சஸும் இருக்கு, சொல்லி கொடுக்குறவங்களோட சக்சஸும் இருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் நாங்க பிளேவே மெத்தட்ல இந்த மாதிரி வில்லேஜ் கிட்ஸ்க்கு நிறைய சொல்லி தந்துட்டே இருக்கும்போது இந்த பேண்டமிக் அப்புறம் வந்து என்னாச்சு, பண்ண முடியலையே அப்படின்ற ஒரு வருத்தம் இருந்தப்ப நம்ம இன்னும் அப்ப நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எப்படி லேர்ன் பண்ண வைக்கலாம் அப்படின்றப்ப அந்த ஐடியா தான் வந்து ஸ்மார்ட் டீச்சர். ஸ்மார்ட் டீச்சர்ஸ் மூலமா வந்து நிறைய மைக்ரோ ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸ் வந்து கிரியேட் பண்ண முடியும். இட் வில் பி அ வின்-வின் சிச்சுவேஷன் ஃபார் both the woman who is doing this business and as well as the person who is learning it. இப்ப லேர்னிங் அது நிறைய நம்ம ஃபால்ஸ் ப்ராமிசஸ் கொடுத்து நாங்க இது பண்றோம் அது பண்றோம்னு சொல்லிட்டு அப்படி இல்லாம அவங்க வந்து ட்ரூவா வந்து அதுல இருந்து பெனிஃபிட் கிடைக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கணும். அதை பண்றவங்களுக்கும் சரி அதை ரிசீவ் பண்றவங்களுக்கும் சரி ட்ரூவான பெனிஃபிட் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சு ஆரம்பிச்சதுதான் வந்து ஸ்மார்ட் டீச்சர். பட் ஸ்டில் த பிளான் இஸ் கோயிங் ஆன். there is lot more challenges for them to for it to work on. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து இப்ப இதே மாதிரி வந்து நம்ம எப்படி வந்து லேர்னிங் வந்து சிம்பிளா கொண்டு போகணுமோ அதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு விஷயம் வந்து என்னன்னா, லேர்னிங் சரி பிஸ்னஸும் சரி, பிஸ்னஸ் வந்து எதுல இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்குது, நீங்க ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம்க்கு சொல்யூஷன் கொடுக்கும்போது தான் அது வந்து ஒரு பிஸ்னஸா வந்து கிரியேட் ஆகுது. அந்த ப்ராப்ளம்ன்ற விஷயம் வந்து ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு ரொம்ப காம்ப்ளெக்ஸான விஷயமா இருக்க தேவையில்லை. அது ஒரு சிம்பிளான விஷயமா இருக்கலாம், டே டு டே லைஃப்ல நீங்க பாக்குற விஷயமா இருக்கலாம். அதுதான் ரொம்ப இம்பாக்ட்ஃபுல்லா இருக்க போகுது. அதே மாதிரி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை நீங்க லேர்ன் பண்ண வைக்கும் போதுமே அவங்களுக்கு வந்து நிறைய மைக்ரோ ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் வந்து கிரியேட் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும். இன் அண்ட் அரௌண்ட் கம்யூனிட்டியில அவங்க டே டு டே லைஃப்ல ஒரு சின்ன சின்ன ப்ராப்ளம் ஏதாச்சும் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணலாம். ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு அந்த குப்பைகள் போடுறதுலையோ இந்த மாதிரி ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்கள்ல இருந்து அவங்க ப்ராப்ளம் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணலாம். அதுல வந்து அவங்களுக்கு எது இன்ட்ரெஸ்டா இருக்கு, எது சால்வ் பண்ணணும்ன்ற தோணுது அப்படின்றத இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கண்டுபிடிச்சு அந்த ப்ராப்ளம் நோக்கி அவங்க சொல்யூஷனுக்கு போகணும். அப்போ போகும்போது டெக்னிக்கல் பார்ட்ன்றது வந்து அப்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆயிடும். ஒன்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்டோரி கிரியேட் பண்ணிட்டோம்னா அந்த ஸ்டோரி வந்து நீங்க கோ த்ரூ பண்ணும்போது அது இன்ட்ரெஸ்டான வேயா இருக்கும். தட் இஸ் த வே ஐ சி லேர்னிங். நம்ம லேர்ன் பண்றதுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஸ்டோரி கையில கொடுத்துடணும். அந்த ஸ்டோரிய அவங்க வந்து எப்படி கிராக் பண்ணி அந்த ப்ராப்ளம் சொல்யூஷன் கொண்டு வர்றாங்களோ அந்த டைம்ல வந்து அந்த டெக்னிக்கல் பார்ட், அந்த டிஃபிகல்ட்டான பார்ட்டுமே அவங்களுக்கு வந்து என்ஜாயபிளா ஆயிடும். ஏன்னா அவங்களுக்கு வந்து அந்த சொல்யூஷனை கண்ணு முன்னாடி பார்க்கணுன்ற ஆர்வம் இருக்கும். அப்படின்றப்ப அந்த டிஃபிகல்ட்டான டெக்னிக்கல் பார்ட்டும் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு வந்து என்ஜாயபிளா அவங்க ஹாப்பியா லேர்ன் பண்ற மாதிரி ஆயிடும். ஒன்ஸ் நம்ம அதை பண்ணிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா லேர்னிங் வந்து ஃபன்னா எப்பயுமே இது பண்ற மாதிரி விஷயமா ஆயிடும். என்னோட ஃபைனலான ஒரு அட்வைஸ் வந்து என்னன்னா, ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் ஆண்டர்பிரினருக்கு நான் என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, ஒரு யங் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு உமனுக்கும் நீங்க என்ன அச்சீவ் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களோ அதுக்கு வந்து ஏஜ் டஸ் நாட் மேட்டர் அண்ட் வாட் இஸ் யுவர் பேக்ரவுண்ட் அது டஸ் நாட் மேட்டர். அண்ட் நீங்க என்ன கத்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க இவ்வளவு நாள் அது முக்கியம் கிடையாது. உங்க ஃபினான்ஷியல் ஸ்டேட்டஸ் என்ன அது எதுவுமே முக்கியம் கிடையாது. நீங்க வில்லேஜ்ல இருந்து வந்தீங்களா சிட்டில இருந்து வந்தீங்களா எதுவுமே முக்கியமே கிடையாது. எது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் முக்கியம்னா, வாட் இஸ் யுவர் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இன் திஸ், வெதர் யூஆர் ஓப்பன் டு லேர்ன் மெனி திங்ஸ் அண்ட் ஓப்பன் டு லேர்ன் நியூ திங்ஸ் அப்படின்றது தான் வந்து விஷயம். நீங்க ஒன்ஸ் வந்து புது விஷயங்கள் கத்துக்கிறதுக்கும் நீங்க ரெடியா இருக்கீங்க. அதே மாதிரி நீங்க பிளான் பண்ணலாம், எனக்கு பிஸ்னஸ் வந்து இப்படிதான் போகணும், ஃபெயிலியர் ஆகும், அதுக்கப்புறம் சக்ஸஸ் ஆயிடும், ஸ்லோவா இருக்கும், அடுத்து ஃபாஸ்டா இருக்கும், இந்த மாதிரி நீங்க நிறைய பிளான் பண்ணலாம். அதே மாதிரி பிஸ்னஸ்ன்றது வந்து ஒரு சக்ஸஸோட நின்று போறது கிடையாது. இட் இஸ் அ ஜேர்னி. அந்த ஜேர்னி வந்து நீங்க எவ்வளவு தூரம் வந்து ஹாப்பியா கொண்டு போறீங்கன்றது தான் இருக்கு. என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் என்னோட பிஸ்னஸ்ன்றது நான் என்ன நினைக்கிறேன்னா, அது ஒரு ஹாப்பியான ஜேர்னி. அந்த ஜேர்னில ஃபெயிலியர்ஸ் மே கம் அக்ராஸ் அண்ட் சக்ஸஸ் வில் கம் அக்ராஸ் அண்ட் நான் வந்து நிறைய மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் பண்ணலாம். இது எல்லாமே நடக்கிற விஷயங்கள் தான். ஆனா அந்த ஜேர்னியை ஹாப்பியா கொண்டு போறது வந்து எனக்கு அதுல இருக்கிற இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கணும். அதே மாதிரி ஃபெயிலியர் வந்தாலும் ராங்கா ஏதாச்சும் பண்ணாலும் திரும்ப என்னை நானே சரிப்படுத்துறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு நானே நான் கொடுத்துக்கணும். அதே மாதிரி ஃபெயிலியர்ஸ் இருந்தாலும் நீங்க அதை மீறி எந்திரிச்சு வர்றதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு வந்து உங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துக்கோங்க. அதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு விஷயம் என்ன சொல்லணும்னா, பிஸ்னஸ்ன்றது வந்து ஒரு பியூட்டிஃபுல்லான ஜேர்னி. அந்த ஜேர்னியில வந்து நீங்க மட்டுமே சக்சஸ் ஆகணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா இட் வில் பி அ ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் பிஸ்னஸ் அண்ட் இட் வில் பி அ ஷார்ட் டேர்ம் கேர்ள். உங்க கூட சேர்ந்து உங்க கூட இருக்கிறவங்களும் சேர்த்து நீங்க சக்சஸ் பண்ணி கொண்டு போனீங்கன்னா இட் வில் பிகம் எ ஹியூஜ் சக்சஸ் அண்ட் இட் வில் பி எ லைஃப் டர்னர் ஃபார் எவ்ரி ஒன். அதனால நீங்க முன்னேறது மட்டும் இல்லாம உங்க கூட இருக்கிற மற்றவங்களையும் சேர்த்து முன்னேறதா உங்களோட பிளான்ஸும் உங்க பிஸ்னஸும் இருக்கிறதா பார்த்துக்கோங்க. உங்களோட கனவுகள் வந்து எப்பயுமே உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் மாற்றம் தரதா இருக்கக்கூடாது. உங்களை சுத்தி இருக்கிற மற்றவங்களுக்கும் மாற்றமும் அதனால ஒரு ஏற்றமும் தர்றதாவே உங்களோட கனவுகள் வந்து அமைச்சுக்கோங்க. அதுதான் உங்களோட வாழ்க்கையை வந்து ஒரு அர்த்தமுள்ளதா ஆக்கும். என்னோட பிஸ்னஸ் வந்து எனக்கு சக்சஸ் தருதா ஃபெயிலியர் தருதா எதுவுமே எனக்கு விஷயம் கிடையாது. என்னோட பிஸ்னஸ்னால ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு குழந்தைக்கு ஒரு மாற்றம் நடந்ததுன்னா அதுவே வந்து எனக்கு ஒரு ஹாப்பினஸ் தான். I have seen many more happiness like that and in future also I hope I will see many more happiness like that. Thank you for your opportunity.
हेलो एवरीबॉडी, मैं मेघना अग्रवाल हूँ। मैं एक इकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ और एक एनवायरमेंटल साइंटिस्ट हूँ। तो जब मैं स्कूल में थी मैंने भी आपके जैसे वही नॉर्मल सीबीएसई सिलेबस पढ़ा। क्लास 11 में मैंने फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी और मैथमेटिक्स किया। अब आप लोगों को पता होगा कि क्लास 11 में ये सब्जेक्ट कितने मुश्किल हो जाते हैं। मगर क्या है कि स्कूल में जो चीज ज्यादा मुश्किल लगते हैं कॉलेज में, क्योंकि हमें वो समझाते हैं कि ये क्यों ऐसे हो रहा है, इसलिए वो ज्यादा सरल हो जाता है। क्योंकि जो चीज मुझे भी स्कूल में मुझे जो फिजिक्स समझ नहीं आ रहा था, बायोलॉजी समझ नहीं आ रहा था, वो जब मैं कॉलेज गई मुझे ज्यादा आसानी से समझ आ गया। तो अगर आपको कुछ बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल लग रहा है अभी, बाद में उससे थोड़ा सा ज्यादा आसान हो जाएगा। फिर मैंने अपना बैचलर्स किया पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी से केमिस्ट्री, बॉटनी, जूलॉजी और जियोलॉजी में, क्योंकि मुझे एनवायरमेंटल साइंस में काम करना था। तो मुझे लग रहा था कि मुझे एक तो थोड़ा सा केमिस्ट्री चाहिए होगा, क्योंकि केमिस्ट्री हमें बहुत कुछ बताता है रिएक्शंस के बारे में। फिर मुझे लगा था कि मुझे जियोलॉजी चाहिए होगा, क्योंकि जियोलॉजी हमें पृथ्वी अर्थ के बारे में बताता है। और फिर मैंने उस टाइम किया ये केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी, बॉटनी, जूलॉजी, क्योंकि मुझे जीव जंतुओं के बारे में ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट था। फिर उसके बाद मेरे बीएससी करने के बाद मास्टर्स के लिए एंट्रेंस एग्जाम देना पड़ता है हमारे इंडिया में। तो एंट्रेंस एग्जाम अगर वो भी एक काफी लोगों को वो पीरियड भी बहुत मुश्किल लगता है, मगर तो एंट्रेंस एग्जाम क्लियर करना होता है मास्टर्स के लिए। और फिर मैंने मास्टर्स किया जेएनयू में एनवायरमेंटल साइंस में। फिर तब मुझे बहुत सारी चीजें जो मुझे पहले बहुत मुश्किल लग रही थी, मुझे बहुत अच्छे से समझ आ गई। और जो भी मैं काम अभी करती हूँ वो सब मैंने ये सब उसी बैचलर्स और मास्टर्स में ही वो सब थियोरी और स्किल्स सीखा। उसके बाद जब मैंने पीएचडी किया, फिर मैंने काम किया, क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा था कि शायद मैं कुछ ज्यादा नहीं कर पाऊंगी इस साइंस में। तो मैंने काम किया 1 साल के लिए। और जब मैं काम कर रही थी तब मुझे पता चला कि कितना कुछ हो सकता है, और सब कुछ बहुत हाई लेवल नहीं होना चाहिए, मीडियम लेवल और लो लेवल भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि इतने सारे लोग हैं नहीं जो ये काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए उसके बाद मैं पीएचडी करने गई। और पीएचडी में क्या होता है, आप कोई टॉपिक चुन जो आपको जिसमें आपकी रुचि सबसे ज्यादा है। तो मेरी रुचि थी वाइल्ड लाइफ और फॉरेस्ट में। और ये और बहुत लार्ज स्केल में, अगर लार्ज स्केल में फॉरेस्ट का पैटर्न बदल रहा है तो जानवरों को क्या होगा, क्लाइमेट को क्या होगा, सॉइल को क्या होगा। तो मैंने फिर ऐसे वाले सब्जेक्ट्स के जैसे रिमोट सेंसिंग, इकोलॉजी एटसेट्रा। तो फिर उसके बाद अभी जो मैं काम कर रही हूँ वो थोड़ा सा मिक्स्ड अप्रोच है। तो मैं अपना स्क्रीन शेयर करती हूँ। तो क्योंकि मुझे पता करना है कंजर्वेशन के लिए 3 चीजें जरूरी होती है। एक तो है इकोलॉजिकल साइंसेस, वो आपको बताता है कि एक इंडिविजुअल, चाहे वो इंडिविजुअल एक मंकी हो, बंदर, या चाहे वो इंडिविजुअल एक फ्रॉग हो, मेंढक, या ह्यूमन हो, इंसान, ये अपने पर्यावरण के साथ और एक दूसरे के साथ कैसे इंटरैक्ट करता है बायोलॉजिकली और फिजिकली। अब हमने ये पता चेक कर दिया। तो एक प्रश्न हो सकता है कि अगर बारिश कम हो गई तो पौधे कैसे उगेंगे, या अगर ज्यादा आग बढ़ गई तो कौन से पौधे उगेंगे, कौन से पौधे नहीं उगेंगे। फिर ये तो हमने पता कर लिया। फिर हमें यही पता करना है लार्ज स्केल में कैसे होता है। तो हम यही प्रश्न लार्ज स्केल में करने के लिए मैं रिमोट सेंसिंग का इस्तेमाल करती हूँ। रिमोट सेंसिंग क्या है, हमारे पृथ्वी के चारों ओर एक ये सैटेलाइट्स हैं, जैसे जो हमेशा धरती अर्थ के चारों ओर हैं, और जब वो घूमते हैं वो पिक्चर लेते रहते हैं। तो उन पिक्चर्स को हम एनालाइज करके बहुत सारा पता कर सकते हैं कि इसे पूरे इंडिया में कैसे आग जला, कब जला, पूरे इंडिया में जंगल का क्या हो रहा है, धरती का क्वालिटी क्या हो रहा है, बारिश ज्यादा हो रहा है या कम हो रहा है। फिर हम यही प्रश्न जो हमने इकोलॉजी से आंसर किया, अब हम रिमोट सेंसिंग से आंसर कर सकते हैं कि आग, क्या क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से आग ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है, अगर आग ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है तो जंगल को क्या हो रहा है। अब हमने ये पता किया कि शायद हाँ, क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से आग ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है, और आग बढ़ने की वजह से जंगल के स्पीशीज बदल रहे हैं और कुछ कुछ जगह जंगल चले जाएगा। अब हमने ये पता किया, इससे हम पता कर सकते हैं कि फ्यूचर में क्या होगा, फ्यूचर में क्या और भी आग जलेगा या कम जलेगा, फ्यूचर में कैसे पौधे बदलेंगे, अगर पौधे बदलेंगे तो जानवरों का क्या होगा। तो हम फ्यूचर का भी प्रेडिक्शन कर सकते हैं। और अगर हमें क्लाइमेट चेंज को प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्व करना है, हमें पता करना चाहिए कि फ्यूचर में क्या होने वाला। अब हमने ये भी पता चल गया कर दिया कि हाँ, अब आग बढ़ने वाला है, ये पेड़ पौधे बदलने वाले हैं, जानवर बदलने वाले हैं। अब अगर हमें इसको सॉल्व करना है, फिर हमें थोड़ा सा सोशियोलॉजी चाहिए। तो इसमें हम इसको पॉलिटिकल इकोलॉजी कहते हैं। तो हम, क्योंकि अब हमारे रिमोट सेंसिंग के बेसिस पे हमारे पास बहुत सारा डेटा है पूरे इंडिया के लिए, तो हम बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर सकते हैं और देख सकते हैं कि ह्यूमंस का इंटरैक्शन क्या है। अगर हम चाहे, एक तो हमें समझना है कि जो लोग हैं, इंसान हैं, वो क्या कर रहे हैं कि ये सब हो रहा है लार्ज स्केल पे। आग क्यों ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है, पौधे क्यों कम हो रहे हैं, ये हम लार्ज स्केल में पता कर सकते हैं। और अगर हमें कुछ इंटरवेंशन करना है तो हम इंटरवेंशंस को ऐसे टेस्ट कर सकते हैं। अगर लोगों को कुछ बोला जाए, क्या वो अपना बिहेवियर को बदल लेंगे, या अगर हम उनको इतने पैसे देते हैं इस चीज के लिए, अगर वो अपने जंगल को नहीं काटेंगे, और अगर नहीं काटेंगे और उनको कुछ पैसे दिए जाए, तो क्या वो वाकई में फ्यूचर में भी नहीं काटेंगे या बस 1 साल के लिए नहीं काटेंगे। तो हम इंटरवेंशंस को भी टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे पास इतना सारा डेटा है, तो हम इसके साथ स्टेटिस्टिक्स इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो ऐसे करके हम बहुत सारे कॉन्जर्वेशन एप्लीकेशंस कर सकते हैं। तो मेरे कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स में दिखा देती हूँ। तो एक तो मैं दिखा देती हूँ ये पेड़ पौधे और आग का ही। तो ये क्या हमने किया, एक तो जैसे मैंने बताया कि अगर आग बढ़ने वाला है तो पेड़ पौधों को क्या होगा ना। अब हम फ्यूचर को प्रिडिक्ट कर सकते हैं, मगर ये पास्ट में भी हुआ है। तो यहाँ हमने क्या किया, हम गए और जैसे लेक्स होते हैं ना, जैसे अगर आपने जुरासिक पार्क वगैरह देखा है, तो हम लेक्स में गए और लेक्स में हमने एक कोर लिया। अब कोर को निकाला तो हमारे पास 13,000 साल का डेटा मिल गया। क्योंकि वो जैसे कोई भी जीव अगर जिंदा है, जब वो मर जाएगा वो लेक के बॉटम में डिपॉजिट हो जाएगा। तो लेक के बॉटम में जैसे कि 13,000 साल पहले जो जानवर जले, या जो पौधों ने जो पॉलन और सीड दिया, फिर 12,000, 11,000, 10,000, ऐसे पूरा चेन बन सकता है। हम पूरा हिस्ट्री को रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं। तो इस डेटा के साथ, क्योंकि हमने काफी साइट में ऐसे किया है, हम देख सकते हैं कि क्लाइमेट और आग के वजह से ये पौधे कैसे, इनका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बदला। तो यहाँ हमने मॉडलिंग किया है कि कैसे कैसे हमारे अनुमान से ये कैसे बदलने वाला है। तो ये हम देख रहे हैं, ये टीक जो होता है ना, सागवन का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैसे बदल रहा है पिछले 13,000 साल में। और अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ये जो 4 पीरियड हमने प्रिडिक्ट किया, हम 4 पीरियड में हम टेस्ट फिर कर सकते हैं कि उन 4 पीरियड में क्या वाकई में जो हमने प्रिडिक्ट किया वो ही हुआ या कुछ और हुआ। इससे हमें पता चलेगा कि फ्यूचर में भी क्लाइमेट के साथ क्या आग ज्यादा होगा, कम होगा, और आग से पौधों में क्या इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है। फिर एक और चीज जो हम कर सकते हैं वो है, एक सेकेंड, ये तो ए है प्रेजेंट, एक सेकेंड मैं दूसरा वाला दिखाती हूँ। हाँ, ये वाला। फिर क्योंकि आग, ये तो हम जंगल में आग की बात कर रहे हैं, मगर अब हम आग देख सकते हैं। ये आपने सुना होगा कि बहुत प्रदूषण हो रहा है इंडिया में आग के, ये क्योंकि लोग फसल जला रहे हैं। तो मैं देख रही हूँ कि क्या वाकई में ये है और ये क्या हुआ। तो ये जो मैंने मैप बनाया है, ये नॉर्थ इंडिया का ही है, 2004 का आग। तो आप देख सकते हो इधर कि इधर पंजाब और हरियाणा में आग है, थोड़ा सा पाकिस्तान में, और थोड़ा सा इधर मध्य प्रदेश में। अगर मैं 2008 में देखो इतना ज्यादा पंजाब में बढ़ गया, इधर पाकिस्तान में, मगर उत्तराखंड में भी आ गया, थोड़ा सा नेपाल में, थोड़ा सा बिहार में। 2012 में हम देख सकते हैं कि अब ये देखो ईस्टर्न यूपी, नेपाल, हरियाणा में बहुत ज्यादा, इंडस वैली, मध्य प्रदेश, नर्मदा वैली। 2016 में आप देख सकते हो और भी बढ़ गया। अब ये झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, इधर सिंध में भी आ गया। तो सब जगह बढ़ रहा है। तो ये हमने क्वांटिफाई किया, फिर हम डेटा निकाल सकते हैं और फिर हम कर सकते हैं ये क्यों बढ़ा, क्या ये बढ़ा क्योंकि एक नया लॉ आया, क्या ये बढ़ा क्योंकि लोगों को का इंसेंटिव स्ट्रक्चर बदल गया, क्या ये आया क्योंकि क्रॉप प्राइसेस बदल गए। ये सब हम स्टेटिस्टिकली टेस्ट कर सकते हैं ये क्यों हुआ। अब हमने टेस्ट किया ये क्यों हुआ, तो हमने पता किया कि कुछ कुछ फैक्टर्स हैं। तो अब हम एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं कि अगर हम इनको इतना पैसे देंगे भूसा के लिए, क्या ये बदलने वाला है। अगर हम इतना दूर रखेंगे कलेक्शन सेंटर, क्या वो भूसा देंगे या फिर भी जलाएंगे। तो ऐसे ऐसे हम एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकते हैं। फिर हम देख सकते हैं इसका इम्पैक्ट पोल्यूशन में भी क्या हुआ। तो जैसे कि इधर हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास हर दिन के लिए पता है कितना आग जला। उस दिन हम मॉडल कर सकते हैं कि हवा किस दिशा से आई। तो इस दिन में हवा ऐसे आई, तो जैसे हवा आई और ये दिल्ली पहुंच रहा है, तो हम देख सकते हैं कि रास्ते में उसने कितना आग, कितना फसल जलाना उगा लिया, और हम देख सकते हैं फिर ये शहर में कैसे पहुंचा। फिर अगर हमें और भी आग देखना है, अभी जो लोग आग क्वांटिफाई कर रहे हैं, ये ऐसे क्वांटिफाई कर रहे हैं, मगर आप देख सकते हो कि बहुत ज्यादा जला, तो जैसे ये सब काला काला ये सब जला हुआ है, मगर जो अभी जो प्रोडक्ट्स अवेलेबल हैं जो लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उन्होंने सिर्फ ये पीला पीला जलना का पकड़ा, मानिए कि ये बाकी सब भी जल रहा है, मगर किसी को पता नहीं है कि ये बाकी सब भी जल रहा है। तो हम ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं कि वाकई में कितना जला, कहाँ जला, क्योंकि ये जो जितना भी जल रहा है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कार्बन इन्वेंट्री के लिए, जिससे हम क्लाइमेट चेंज का प्रोजेक्शंस करते हैं, तो ये सब उसमें भी जा सकता है।
Hello, everyone. I welcome you to this next segment of Women in Data Science Ashoka. Our first speaker is the Chief Data Officer at Z and Z5 Global and India. I would like to welcome Ujjayini Mitra. As the Chief Data Officer, she is building Center of Excellence for Z spanning across broadcast, digital, movies and music, both domestic and global businesses. She is working to embed science in the field of art, in taking content decisions, concept generation, production to post production, hyper personalized communication, contextual ad, serving through artificial intelligence and neuroscience. She is leading the team that collectively serves the single source of truth and answers who, what, how, and why of the business strategies. She will be answering questions after her talk, so if you do have any, add them to the Q&A. With this, I now hand over the stage to ma'am.
Thank you so much. And this is a very special honor to invite me in with Ashoka. Earlier, also, I had been part of WIDS, and it's a very unique concept where all the All the speakers are women, and the best part is the participants actually can be anyone, and that really boosts the confidence. It brings lots of new leaders into limelight. So I'm very thankful to receive this invitation. So today, I will be talking about something very interesting in the media industry. Unlike many other industries where we do lots of analysis around marketing, sales, or product design, media is one industry which gives us a special use case, which is actually to analyze the content. And whether it is a video content or audio content, whether it is a picture or it's a thumbnail, it's a GIF, whatever it is. And one of the very important part in the life cycle of the content is deciding which content we want to bring on board. So today I will talk about how, at least in Z5, we have initiated to embed science into this artistic decision, because most of the cases, or many a times I have seen that there are people who actually are sitting and watching content, right, and then taking a very gut feel based decision, and their decision is therefore has lots of biases, because if I'm watching a content and I'm taking a call, it's more about thinking, am I liking it, will people like me will like it or not, without really knowing who are the true consumers. So when I'm taking a decision for the consumers, there are lots of personal biases that goes into it, and therefore there always is a hit and trial situation whether a content will work or not, right? So there are contents where people have spent a lot but then ultimately didn't give enough revenue, and there are contents where people didn't spend enough but it was a true hit, right? So we are trying to see that how science can be embedded to be able to reduce the biases. It's not to replace the creativity of the artist, but it is more to help in decision making and to be able to reduce biases wherever possible. Okay. um, these are the key places where actually data science plays a role in media. I will, of course, not go into the details of it. Marketing, ad sales, the creation of the content, casting and editing is the very important one where I will focus. Content publishing, customer satisfaction, and also in the product design, because product design is also very important part, particularly if it's a digital section. All right, so I'll directly jump into the content creation. Now, I think many of you do not know that in the whole content creation life cycle, there are almost 38 steps. So I have put it in a more concise fashion, and this is a chain of process. So what happens is the content at times comes just as a concept, which is a two-liner or a three-line summary of what the story is about, right? Then it goes through a concept approval, because a concept also need to be matching with the brand promise, brand value. Like, we as a brand, do I want to stand one such concept or not? Is there any kind of polarity into it? Do I want to support it or not? So there are lots of debates and discussions happens even at that level. But after the concept is approved, next things it happens is the story arc, because then the concept moves into the whole story formation. Story goes to script, script goes to screenplay. After that, it comes the pre-production, where you are choosing who are the artists, who are the cast, who are the where actually am I going to shoot it, right? So if it's a story about, say, Lahore, and maybe I cannot go to Lahore, but what is a possible alternative? Can I therefore consider Lucknow is one such place where I can actually shoot the story which is around Lahore, right? So lots of those things come there. Then the production, the actual shootings are happening. Then the post production comes. So the content in its raw format has come, and then people who are editors, the creative editors, they're actually editing it, creating lots of the audio and video might be stitched together, because those have been shoot together separately. So those are getting stitched together, different sections are getting stitched, and the whole story is getting formulated. Then we are creating lots of trailers, teasers, which are kind of going as a marketing component. then the episodes. So first, either it is a movie or an episodic content, like a web series, which we see today a lot on the digital platforms. How many episodes I want to convert a story into? Is it a 8 episode, 10 episode? Which is the right one? How long should be an episode? Is it a 40 minutes or is it a 20 minutes episodes, right? And then finally, once the submission happens, then it goes to the platform for launching the whole content. um, Through this whole journey, what happens is, if I can realize early in the whole chain whether the content is going to work well or not, that is actually a huge amount of cost saving. Now, here we are not deciding whether the content is good or bad. What we are deciding is whether the content will work for our consumer or not. So there is a difference between the thinking whether the content is good or bad versus whether the content will work for my kind of platform, for my consumers or not. So the same content might work very well on Z5 but may not work on say Netflix. On the other hand, a content which is really good and actually working very well on Netflix may not necessarily work as well on Z5, right? So because consumers itself are very different, people who are coming on Z5, their preferences, their expectations, their psychological structures might be very different compared to people who are actually coming and watching the Netflix kind of content, right? So therefore, our answer that we are trying to see, will it work for our users on our platform, is actually what we are trying to get. And that's where we eliminate and try to eradicate as much bias as possible. So what therefore first thing is important is to be able to understand our consumers who are already coming to our platform. Say, for example, these are our subscribers who are subscribing for premium content. What kind of content they engage with, what kind of content they binge watch, what kind of content they don't like, or which section of the content they are not liking, where they are dropping off, what kind of scenes are actually working for them versus not working for them, what kind of actors or casts are working for them, right? So where they have the fandom based, is it more TV artists where their fandoms are coming for, or is it actually very high end international artists where they actually want to see them, so where they feel associated with. So those are the things becomes important, and that's where we started with something we call as a consumer test cluster, which in outside it may sound like just doing a consumer segmentation, but it is ultimately very much connected to understanding consumers content preferences, and to be able to test clusters for out of those consumers, to understand what are the different kinds of archetypes exist within our platform who are coming and watching content. So say, and the biggest difference is, for example, say if I pick up a movie like Uri, right? So say 10 people are watching Uri, but I might be watching for the Vicky Kaushal, who is actually the lead artist in that, because I'm a fan of that person, versus another person watching it because it's a beautiful action thriller, right? Another person watching because it's a very patriotic story and the person connects to the patriotism and therefore watching it. So how do we understand this connection, which is actually at the happening at the back of my brain, and which is why I'm watching it, right? So this is actually beyond genre, because content has genre. Say we say that, okay, this is a crime thriller, this is an action movie, this is a comedy movie, or this is a romantic movie, but this is beyond genre classification. Just to give an example, so within our we found that among our subscribers we have almost 63 different test clusters. Out of them, one of the test cluster we name as a new age women. Okay, now this new age women is a very deceptive terminology. It doesn't mean that these are only women subscribers. Why we name this? Because these are the people who like very new age realistic ended content. So they are not kind of people who want lovey-dovey very happy ending kind of stories. They want things which are ending has a very realistic end, right? These are the people who like contents which are relatable to their psychological metaphors. For example, if they're watching a content where it's a family going through a struggle and the woman is moving out of the family, growing up child, as a single woman, and that's something considered as a very realistic and relatable for them, because that is something they're seeing it in life so often everywhere, right? And that's a relatable story. Engaging with stories which has very strong lady protagonist. So the reason we name it women, because all these stories has very strong lady protagonist. Either it's a lady who is flying a army, an air force pilot, or probably a woman who is dreaming very high and trying to become a world renowned chef. And it can be many such things where the women are having the voice into the whole story, right? And then the genre doesn't matter. It can be a thriller, it can be action, it can be comedy, anything. But these are the three characteristics which are very important, and that is what define these segments. So which means therefore clearly the typical genre based hypothetical segments doesn't work. Earlier people used to think, okay, there are people who like always a comedy kind of show, there are people who like action oriented content. Action is mostly for the male. That kind of hypothetical segments are breaking out, and what is coming is a very different archetypes where we understand the meta informations of content and connect people's thinking and try to see why they are watching what they are watching. Okay. um but however, the difficulty is we have almost 110 hours of content that gets added in our platform every day. So doing it for such a large piece of content and almost like 80 million consumers, it's not a matter of joke. And what kind of KPI? So many people ask, therefore, what kind of KPIs you actually consider to be able to jump into that kind of ML modeling. So what we looked at is, first of all, what content. So at an n equal to 1 level, so every subscriber, what content he or she is watching. Now, it is not important that just what content they watch. What's important is what is the extent at which the person is watching, which section they are really watching very well. So that means they are not scrubbing, they are not fast forward. So people fast forward the section which they don't like, right? So it is not just understanding what content they are watching. So if I just watch that, okay, Uri is a content person is watching, I will only know as much. But if I see which sections people are watching, there are people who fast forward the section where Vicky Kaushal isn't present. So, and this has mostly happened when they are re-watching the content, right? Now that's clearly because they want to watch the specific actions of Vicky Kaushal and not necessarily the story. There are people who enjoy the songs and certain sections they watch very detailed because they want those patriotic sections to watch very well, right? So therefore, to understand which section of the content they are watching is equally important. How long they are watching? Are they repeat watching the content? When are they watching? Is it something they're watching on the go? On the go, generally people watch snackable content. If it's a very content which connects to their heart deeply, they generally prefer to get a me time or a family time when they're watching it, right? So when they're watching, what kind of device they're watching? Are they watching at a large screen like a Fire Stick or smart TV, where it is more of a family device, or are they watching at their own mobile and at a, say, at a late night when she has or he has completed all the works, that is his or her me time, and watching at my device kind of thing. Which connections are they using, and where they are watching? That's very important. So if I see the person is mostly watching, say, going at a Goa, and you are on a vacation and you are watching, versus you are actually at your home and you are watching. So all those parts actually very important, right? um, so then what we have done is, it was pretty difficult to start with because there were too many KPIs that we jumped into it. And we also have 12 different language content. So first we told, okay, let us and language is a very important part for Z5, because Z as a brand is very deep rooted into different Indian languages, because we kind of have channels in 12 different languages. We are pretty strong on Bangla, Tamil, Marathi, all those languages. So language is very important for us. Um, So what we looked at is, instead of doing a factor, I mean, instead of doing a more segmentations, or say for example a k-mean segmentations, what we first wanted is, we wanted to create a factor analysis. Now why factor analysis? Because we said that we want to see which kind of contents are clubbing together. So if I am watching 5 different contents, you are watching 5 different contents, I will say you and I have a very similarity in terms of our preference if both of us watching a same kind of content, or the same content group of content and the same section. So if both of us depict a very similarity in terms of our watching behavior, right? So that's where understanding content and segmenting content was very important. um, so then, what we did, we actually created a factor analysis where our variables were, for every user, what percentage of the content the person has watched. So if I have watched 90% of a content, that means that is where my predominant preference lie. If I have watched something only 5%, that means I explored it but not necessarily liked it, right? And that's why I didn't complete the content. So if I look at the completion rate, that kind of showcase whether I'm engrossed, did I enjoy the content or not. And if I scrubbed most of the place, then that tells me that I liked the story or maybe certain section of the content, but not necessarily the end-to-end story of it, right? And then, based on eigenvalue and factor loading, we have come up to certain contents. So when we look at that, so my different shows actually creates different different access, and people's based on this hyperplane. So if I consider it like a n-dimensional hyperplane, consumers are actually being put as one of the axes in that hyperplane, and they that is kind of nearness. So if I like, or out of all this I have watched 10 content and with different intensity, then my point will be decided accordingly in that hyperplane, right? So that's how. And then people who are having the similar kind of preference therefore will come closer in that hyperplane. People who are having very different preferences, they will go far away, right? So that's how automatically, based on this factor analysis, consumers will be connected together. Okay. So after that, what we have done, so therefore we have created this, so therefore we have been able to, what the first challenge we had the 110 hours of content, too many informations. We clubbed it into much less number of factors, and we said, okay, these contents are very similar, people are watching them together, let's combine them. And that's how we had been able to reduce the number of KPIs and then gone ahead and do a segmentation analysis on top of that. Now, here the beauty is, in this kind of factors, there could be two different groups who actually have shared content. So there could be this new age women are actually watching, say, 6 different contents where they have a strong preference. There could be another group who is action thriller, may also have an overlapping content. But that's okay. We are not necessarily creating here a messy kind of segmentations. So consumers are messy, but the contents can be overlapping. And that's why it is taste cluster, because it is not black and white. It is the intensity of preference. So some people might be liking 90%, some people liking 30%. So there is a possibility of overlap there. Okay. Now, the question is, all this science is really good, right? But how do we actually utilize it for the content decision making? Because I will go back to the first point, like where the business statement lies, that given a concept, given a story, or maybe given a video, like many a times there are production houses who already has shoot a video and already has created a movie, and then they come to us for the commissioning, like, are we interested to buy that content or not, right? So in such cases, how am I going to take decision whether that content is going to work? Now the beauty lies there. So once again, I go back to that first chain of actions. Now the point is, so at one side I have all these fandom clusters, right? I also know what are their cluster size, what is the percentage engagement on different contents. I also know their lifetime value. because some of these people are probably buying more of monthly packs, and then therefore there has a probability that they can churn out the next month, they may not come back next month. Versus some people are more predominantly buying the annual pack where they have a better trust on our content, they actually have invested larger money and then they want to buy it. What's also important is because there is a overlap, it is important to understand that how much is the segment overlaps. So imagine now if two segments overlap a lot, that means contents are overlapping. So if I create a content which both of these segments actually can be satisfied, then with one content I can satisfy larger segment of people. On the other hand, if the segments are not so much overlapping or there is hardly any overlap, that means those are very niche segments. Their preferences are so niche that I have to, if I value those segments, suppose they are very high value consumers, then I have to ensure that every month or at least once every 2 months, I get a content of their preference. Otherwise, what will happen? I will be losing those people because they may not come back if they find content of their preferences are not necessarily coming on the platform. They will lose interest on the platform and then they will go off. So therefore that helps us determine a content calendar, that if in the next month of say June or July I have to bring 4 content, what kind of content I should bring. I cannot bring all the 4 romance stories. That is never going to help because that will overfeed certain segments and that will underfeed certain segments. So I have to have a right balance. Therefore, if a story comes which helps multiple segments, always better. But I also need to ensure that there are contents that's coming up which actually will also help and give entertainment to those niche clusters. Now, because of the cluster, therefore, we have been able to understand that. Otherwise, we would have said, okay, these are beautiful content, let's deliver to the platform without knowing how it is going to help my consumers. Okay. So from that, we therefore figure out that what are my top clusters, therefore how do we actually define it. So now, therefore, if a content synopsis has come, right, or probably the cast, many a times even casts are determined that, okay, these are the people, if you look at their social behavior, they actually endorse certain casts, right? So if we are even designing for a particular storyline that who should I cast for that character, we also look at their social fandoms and etc, and figure out, okay, this person is will be able to drag and drive a lot more consumer interest into this story. So one is of course whether this person will be able to do that character or not, but at the same time if there are choices of 5, then who is the person has larger association with our consumers. So with all those things, when we actually kind of understand the all meta informations, then we try to do the nearness test. So this content is actually near to which all segments, and based on that we take a call whether this is a yes, I mean absolute yes or not. Some of them could be experimental, we do not necessarily know, and then some of them clearly comes out that no, this is a overkill, I do not want to do that. Or even if I take that, I want to space out, I probably one I want to launch this month, 3 months down the line I want to launch another one, not immediately. Or there are contents which are very clear that we really do not want to do because so far such contents, even if we have brought on the platform, didn't do well enough, right? So a lots of people therefore ask that, okay, where is the level of experimentations? Because this almost sounds like if I like Italian food, then you will keep on feeding me different kinds of pasta. That's not necessarily true, right? So what we do, we always keep a budget from our content creation, and there is a separate science we do for the content creation. So if it's an absolutely new concept, when we never brought a content on our platform, what we do, we create multiple small short stories, say 5-minute videos, okay, and those are uploaded on YouTube, and we try to watch and observe how consumers, I mean, and because that's a free flow, I have no control on those contents. YouTube's automatic recommendation engine is recommending to people, and people are watching it and they are putting their comments. So we actually observe how people are relating to it, because even if it's the same concept, but the same concept could be told in so many different ways. Say for example, if it's about LGBTQ, the how am I going to tell the story is very important, right? Is it about a mother discovering that her child having a same sex partner, or is it about two friends? How am I going to tell the story? The concept is same, but the storytelling makes the difference. So we actually create different angles to it, and we create those small videos, we call it short stories. We try to observe how people are reacting to it, and then accordingly we take a call which story we want to build out of it, right? So there always is an experimentation budget. So fandom cluster learnings are refreshed every month to ensure that we are capturing new fandom and test cluster, but we always keep a good amount of experimental budget so that new concepts, new stories, new ideas could also brought into the platform. But it is important that we should do the um, we learn and fail fast, so we should be failing cheap and failing fast. So that's how we keep on learning, and those learning goes into our model, and those model keep on helping us that at least 60-70% of our content should have the right decision. Beyond that, it can be experimental, it could be learning over the time, but the majority chunk, that should be revenue earning for us. So that's how we do we have started doing lot more into it. We do lot more of neuroscience. So when a new concept comes, we take it for the neuro research, and neuroscience tells us how people brain at the back of it, different sections of the brain are behaving when they're listening to that story. So a certain section tells us that is the person already have started guessing, right? So for example, if it's a crime thriller, but in the middle of the story the person says, I already understood what's going to happen, because it had the story. I mean, many a time we say story was very predictable, right? Because then is the time people say ki maza nahi aaya. So that's because already half of the way I understood what is going to happen. So then it is no more a crime thriller, or then it is no more a thriller, right? If I cannot hold the thrill till the end of it, or if I cannot have such twists in the whole story. So we do lots of such tests, and then therefore bring in that, okay, what are the changes we need to make? It is not to spoil the creativity of the writers, but it is to help them that the way you have written, people are reacting like that. And it is, I'm not putting a barometer or a litmus test on him, but it is the consumer stress test that we are doing, and helping them that, okay, this is the section where people's brain has started already losing it. This is the place where attention span is going down, so somewhere you need to change it. And that actually helps the writers, the screenplay writer, the dialogue writers. And so for example, if it's too much slang, people after some time they start losing the interest into it, right? It almost feels like people are using slang just for the heck of using it, which doesn't necessarily work. It might work for other platform, but not necessarily for our kind of consumers. So those scientific way of helping the creative people to take the right decisions through science as much possible is actually our aim. Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thanks everyone for joining us for Woods Ashoka 2022 this year. And thank you to all of our speakers so far who have joined us and shared their amazing experiences, their stories, and their expertise with us. We will begin our panel on discovering data science soon, so stick around for that. We are onboarding our panelists now, and we will be with you in a few minutes at 7:30 p.m. in the Indian time zone. All right. Thanks everyone for joining us for WiDS Ashoka 2022. We're going to have a panel round now on Discover Data Science, where we're going to discuss how data science affects our life. I'd like to request all the panelists to switch on their videos and unmute themselves. And I'm really excited, looking forward to this panel discussion session. So we'll start off with a round of speaker introductions. And if each of you could just unmute yourselves and talk a bit about what you do, that would be amazing.
Sure. So since it's alphabetically, let's go with me first. Hello, everyone. My name is Alka Pandey. I have around 8 years of experience in data science, AI, and ML. Currently, I'm working with Schneider Electric as a manager data scientist. And I have worked on multiple domains, multiple technologies, primarily on the supply chain and the FMCG domain. I'm completely hands-on on Python, AWS, cloud. And also have expertise on NLP, deep learning, supervised and unsupervised machine learning techniques. So that's, and I'm also a published author, by the way. That's pretty much about me. Thank you.
Oh, I guess if we're going alphabetical. So I'm actually not a data scientist. I'm an ecologist and an environmental scientist. But in this domain, we use a lot of data, large data across landscapes and across time. And so we use a lot of statistical techniques to do our analysis. And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's similar to data science in that we use statistical and analysis, as well as we use some machine learning analysis as well.
That's great. Thank you.
I'll go next. Hi, I'm Pooja Diwan. I'm the Chief Data and Analytics Officer at Otis Elevators. I have over 2 decades of experience in data analytics in all domains on the what you called as AI ML side, in prescriptive, which was also called as operations research, and now called as and the descriptive side. So I joined Otis Elevators a few years ago to set up a data and analytics practice in Otis Elevators. So we are responsible for enabling the data platform as well as data insights to create transformation within Otis. So to make it become a more data-driven culture. And prior to joining Otis, I had a similar kind of role for a Fortune 10 company, BNSF Railway, where I had teams that focused on primarily the data science side. And, the team was actually recognized as one of the best teams in advanced analytics all over the world a few years ago. From background perspective, I started my career being very hands-on. I have my master's and PhD in AI, ML, and prescriptive analytics. So I've done all the work that, Alka mentioned about and have been there, done that. But in the past over a decade, my experience has been more in establishing the culture and teams to drive transformation in an organization. So having that experience from technology background enables me to get the kick to learn how the teams and push them to the edge and show what's the art of the possible, but more focused now on ensuring I create a culture internally within at an executive level to focus on how data and analytics can be leveraged to create transformation in organizations. And I look forward to this conversation. It's always a pleasure to come back and speak with the aspiring students and starting their journey.
Yeah, it's great to hear that you have such, experience in this field. I think 20 years is a very long time to be here. And I'm sure that a lot of things would have changed. I can see a lot of change in the last 5 years. I can only imagine the experience that you would bring. So really inspired by you.
Thank you.
Ms. Narayana?
Yeah, hi everyone. I am Sushmita Narayan. I am an associate professor in the National Institute of Industrial Engineering, NITI Mumbai. So hi Pooja, we are meeting once again after close to a year, I guess. We had hosted Pooja as well at the last year's Women's Day celebration, and it is really an honor to be on a panel now with her, where I'm also one of the speakers. So really nice to be here. A bit about me: I've been with NITI since 2015. I'm in the operations and supply chain domain. And I teach optimization, supply chain management, logistics management, simulation, system dynamics, and also AI/ML applications in operations and supply chain management. I also conduct research in this domain with my PhD students and master students. So we attack different kinds of problems. Mainly the domains of interest for me are sustainability, sustainable supply chains, and how we can develop more eco-friendly and people-friendly supply chains. That's one. And through the use of AI/ML approaches, and the other being a very different approach or a very different domain, mainly because of the projects that we get in at NITI over here, is commercial aviation. So just like Pooja, who's worked in the railways sector, I'm looking at operations research problems in the aviation domain, complex combinatorial optimization problems. So this has been the work that I conduct. And prior to this, I also completed my PhD. Back then it was called the fellow program from IIM Kozhikode in the quantitative methods and operations management area. And since then, I worked briefly with an institute called TAPI Management, TAPMI, Manipal. And then I moved on pretty quickly to NITI. So I've been with NITI since then, and really liking my work, and very excited to share whatever possible from my side with the audience, and also excited to hear from the panelists. I heard a bit of Megna's talk earlier in Hindi, and I really liked the way she explained her work, and it's very interesting to see so many women again, on a panel like this. So thanks, Rutu, for inviting me, and thank you to panelists as well for joining today.
Thank you, Sushmita. Really nice to hear from you. I think we would also get to learn a lot from you because you're already teaching in this field. Thank you so much.
Wow, I already feel so excited. So we'll just kick it off with a round of questions, because I think even the audience wants to ask a lot of questions. And I'd just like to let the audience know as well that for all of you watching on our YouTube live stream, Facebook, or here on Zoom, you can also ask our panelists questions at the end. So if anything comes up that you're curious about, just put it in the chat box and we'll collect your questions and ask them. So to start off, our panel this year is all about discovering data science. It's around us. We see it in our phones, our computers, our railways, our supply chains, electricity, ecosystems, schools, but it's always seemed kind of like a complex field that's mostly accessible to computer scientists or mathematicians, statisticians, and the like. So today we're going to discover its ideas, its applications, so that maybe we can understand this amazing tool better and even apply it to our own life to find solutions to different challenges that we've seen. So to start us off, could each of you talk a bit about, in general, how do you see data science connecting to our everyday life? And we'll start with you, Alka or Ms. Pandey.
Sure. So as you would see in the last 5-6 years, the rate at which we are generating data has grown exponentially. We were generating data like 5 to 7 years back, but the rate at which we are generating now, it's humongous. And we are generating both structured data, unstructured data. 5 years back, we did not have the means of processing such data, carrying out such type of processing at scale, I think, which is now possible in terms of technology and in terms of cloud. And in fact, there is something called as quantum computing now. So there are a lot of technologies which are evolving right now at the moment, and hence there's a lot of scope in terms of what we can do. It's like, imagine somebody knowing everything about you. Google knows everything, what we are browsing, what do you like, what is your demography, what age you are. Trust me, they're sending me advertisements. I don't know, you want to send your child to school. I don't have a kid as of now, but they're doing that. So it's very challenging at the same time that somebody having access to that kind of a data. But there's also a positive side to it, getting the right recommendation, suggesting somebody what they need exactly, also planning things like Dr. Sushmita, for example, she is also into the supply chain side. So she knows that, how important it is for you to accurately forecast your demand forecasting, or the inventory optimization. It is so important at the moment, how much you should be stocking. So stock optimization, I mean, there are endless. In fact, in manufacturing also, what should be the right temperature, pressure, so that you get a good first pass yield, right? They're very I mean, there's a lot of things that can be done with data, and this is going to be there for the next 5 to 10 years, I'm sure about it. But the way we look at data might be different. So we might need to combine different technologies. Maybe there will be a lot of advancement in terms of how we process data, how we link data. Data science is not going to be an isolated field anymore. It is going to be combined with RP. It is going to be combined with the business intelligence visualization aspect. It is going to be combined with the apps, the product side of analytics. So there's a lot that can be done at the moment, and I think 15-20 years down the line, we would still see a lot of data analytics going on, machine learning, advanced machine learning, and auto ML also, picking up at a very large scale. So that's my view. Over to you, Ritu.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing those amazing insights. We'll go to Dr. Dewan. Would you like to add to that?
Absolutely, absolutely. And Alka gave some great statistics around that stuff too. I mean, if you look at it, the predictions are in the next 5 years, we will be generating 2 times the amount of data created since the beginning of digital storage itself. So think about the growth in the data that's being collected. I mean, there's also enough statistics to say that in the last couple of years, the data that was generated, only 1 to 2% of that data is really stored and used. So we're generating tons of data. And what's changed is the sensorification or the IoT aspect of the thing. So why does Google know so much about us? Is because we're carrying phones that leave a trail for Google to know what's happening. Every transaction. And by the way, if they're sending you information about where your kids need to go when you don't have a kid, that's not good insights. Because from marketing and penetration perspective, they need to be really targeting towards, if you do a search on you want to buy something, then all your marketing should be targeted around that product or, companies that sell that product. And that's becoming it. But I think, we as data scientists, and as you guys are aspiring to get into the field, one of the things I will tell you, because I rose up through the technical ranks, and we get lost in how we solve the problem a lot faster than we need to. Alka mentioned, all these technologies are going to blend. I mean, the fact that you're going to use RPA, prescriptive, OR, descriptive, the end user is not going to care. I mean, when you use Google Maps, you do not, or Apple Maps, you don't think about that there's millions of paths to go from point A to point B. Sushmita, you teach optimization. My PhD is in optimization. Shortest path, Dijkstra, they don't care about that. They don't take care about that. It takes you, honestly, to get that estimate, that route on how you are going from point A to B is a mathematical prescriptive solution. And what they care about is, though, the interface of you allowing them to easily enter the destination, to bring in the traffic estimates and show you the path. And as you are driving, to recognize you missed a turn and give you a new solution and not to keep it stagnant. That's the end user in mind. That's the business problem in mind. So as a data scientist, as you enter into this field, always remember, before you get into focusing on how and what tools do I use to solve it, focus on why are you solving and what problem are you solving. Because the solutions, even if they're suboptimal, the end user might not care. But if that interface of consumption is suboptimal, they're going to walk away. I mean, you think about the number of startups that are created out there, and how many of them survive, it's not because their product did not have the most optimal solution being brought in. It's because they didn't think about the penetration of the market to make it easy enough and a delight enough for the end users to use so that they change their habit. You know, you have to, every change requires, you know, a motivation, a purpose, and people don't want to change easily, but they want to change. Their lives are getting better. And so for all of us in our everyday life, as you may see, you know, we are adopting technology that suits us, that makes our lives better. And so when you as data science think about, you know, all these tools and technologies, keep that in mind. So if you are industrial engineer, Shushmita, you might have, you know, we might have learned, you know, ergonomics and human factors. That in New World is design thinking, end user enablement. So make sure you are keeping those courses also in your portfolio, because if you have to become successful in long run, you need to understand what are you solving and why are you solving before you design the solution around it. Letting go of technical capabilities is not what I'm trying to say. I mean, I told you about, I have a technical background, but I do not focus on just that I have a hammer in my hand and every problem is going to be solved with that hammer. Because I continue to learn that portfolio of techniques, I will pick out the precise tool that's required to solve the problem. So, you know, thinking from, you know, you guys are starting your journey around these technologies, which were called as statistics, have blended with computer science and came machine learning. It's evolving over time, and you will continue to evolve yourself, or like that dinosaurs will perish. But focus on what and why before you try to focus on how. And that's where I'm going to ask you to think about, you know, no matter which industry you go to, you will figure out there are enough problems to be solved using data. Whether, you know, you're focusing on the field or you're focusing on the sales or the marketing insights that Alka talked about. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Ruth.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that with us, especially because, yeah, sometimes we get very excited about finding the solutions, and it's important to pause and take a step back. So we'll also go to Ms. Narayana. Would you like to add?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think quite a bit of points have been touched on by Pooja and Alka. I guess, you know, what I see is the utility of data science is if it's able to simplify things for us. You know, it should be able to simplify decision making. And to that extent, if data science is helping out, that's great. So like Pooja said, we don't need the best solutions most of the times. We need okay solutions which work quickly for us. And that's where the utility lies. So data science has, you know, to a large extent been getting exploited to bring in this kind of simplification in decision making. It's mostly, I would still say it's mostly focused on simplifying things for businesses, because the bottom line is related to how fast you can deliver solutions to the clients, so on and so forth. But it's also simplifying, it's also getting aimed at consumers. You know, if you were to buy products from Amazon or from Flipkart and you would go to the website, so you would hope to find all your products in the one place where you you would want to find electronics in the place where you wanted electronics. And you would want to see to that when you're purchasing, let's say, groceries, that you are seeing related recommended products that you could purchase. And this simplifies decision making for you, and you don't have to spend too much time on perhaps useless decisions. Is what, you know, the utility lies in. And this is making things very interesting and very quick for consumers and businesses to work with. I would still see that, you know, data science has a lot of potential in looking at finding solutions for problems for people at the bottom of the pyramid. I think that is still some place that is yet to be exploited very well. To a large extent, that is getting done in the sense that when we speak about data, we also need to speak about technology that comes with it. You cannot have data science unless you have the technology to exploit the structure of the problem. And we see that there is a huge amount of democratization when it comes to technology that is happening nowadays. Anyone can use a mobile, even if they have a high school education or not. You have cool apps that are visual and user friendly that can help you easily navigate and make decisions quickly. And this is something that needs to be exploited to a better extent in order to help people at the bottom of the pyramid in order to take better decisions, whether it is with respect to their financial status, education, so on and so forth. So I still see that there is, to the extent of improving problems for the general public, consumers who can afford things, and companies who can afford to invest in things. Data science is, being exploited to a large extent. Quantum computing, like Alka was mentioning, or inventory optimization problems, they can afford to invest in these things. But there are a lot of MSMEs, small scale companies, small scale enterprises, farmers, and associations like that. Migna has been working in that domain, where we still see the need for bringing in more technology and the use of data science to help those people work on problems that they can quickly come to a solution for, and empower them with decision making. So I see that as one of the potentials of data science in the days to come.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing that it can connect to so many different parts of our lives. Professor Agarwala, would you like to elaborate on that?
So thank you so much, Ritu. So I think because the data science I do is not aimed at the market. So maybe the usefulness I see for data science is something different from what the other panelists have said. So while the time saved is a huge benefit, uh, I guess we are operating at a different order of magnitude when it comes to time. So for example, say the issue of Delhi's air pollution, right? We know that one of the drivers of Delhi's air pollution is crop residue burning. But if one wants to really understand why is crop residue burning happening, we are going to need all India data at a fine resolution on where's the crop residue burning happening, how has it changed, from say 2000 to present, all of this at a high resolution. But in order to understand the drivers, we will need similar data for all the factors that would go into crop residue burning, whether it is precipitation, temperature, mechanization, etc., right? So we are collecting data at that scale, and it's only at that scale do we have enough power to test these hypotheses to understand why are the farmers incentivized to do crop residue burning. So in all of this, again, a lot of these processes can be done through AI, through large data acquisition, through other sources like that. But again, like it's not immediate. It's still those processes which would have taken 2-3 years are now taking like 3 months or 1 month. And so data science. So number one, you can get a lot of this data a lot faster than you would have in using other methods. And secondly, given the scale of the problem, sometimes you need that level of data to understand why it's happening so that you can then try and solve the problem. And thirdly, there's also something called emergent properties. So when you're looking at very large scales, so if you're looking at a problem at smaller scales, there may be some factors that are important. But when you're looking at some problems at a very large scale, there's something called emergent properties that may only emerge at certain scales. So with large data, you are also able to get at that. So, I mean, that is the use I see of this using large data analysis, that you can collect data at a scale that you were not able to collect data at before. Two, you can do analysis that you could not do before because the tools were not there, the computing power was not there. And three is that you're also catching some emerging properties that you were not able to catch at smaller scales. Thank you. Back to you, Ritu.
Thank you all for being with us. It seems like data is making everything faster, is making everything more accessible, is touching so many different fields. And that brings me to my next question, which would be data science and how it drives change in our world. So, starting with Dr. Dewan, you've worked with BNSF Railway, which operates one of the largest railroad networks in the US, as their chief data scientist, and you're now the vice president of the Otis Elevator Company, which is one of the largest providers of elevators and escalators. So, using data and analytics to improve the way that those organizations make decisions, or in the world in general, how do you see data science driving change?
So, Ruth, this is an excellent question. I mean, again, remember I was telling you about the data science is all about solving problems to create that transformation. So you always need to think about what is your business strategy and what's driving it. So whether it was part of BNSF Railway or whether part of Otis, I had the fortune of working for one of the largest railroads and then the largest, elevator company in the world. So kind of looking it from that paradigm, going to what Migna is talking about and Sushmita was talking about, going to the grassroots. So I'll give you an example of Otis itself. We have massive amount of field personnel that are focused on providing the customer experience that people experience from Otis elevators, how we service them, how we maintain them, how we install them, how do we sell them. So how do we make that customer experience our own people experience around field and sales to make their life kind of start mirroring what they are used to seeing in the smartphone world itself? I mean, if you start providing mechanics with insights similar to the marketing insights around saying, okay, this elevator, when you reach there, what has its been service history? What kind of, as you inspect into it, you need to focus on this component versus this component more because I'm seeing the patterns of behavior out there itself. Now you are impacting the way they do their job, which impacts the availability and improvement in the customer experience. Same way on the sales side. So, if you look at it from sales experience itself, okay, which products are the best suited for what customer? For us to understand, the pandemic changed the world for us. Our usage patterns of buildings have completely changed overnight. We went from being okay with touching a button to completely going and having not to touch anything at all. So how do we bring in AI ML in that world itself? So, we built capabilities in the last couple of years to completely enable users to go to touchless interactions. Now that requires a different level of controller that, if the buildings have to agree to put onto it, but you can go to that kind of, smartphone enablement. We have also capabilities where we understand what is the traffic pattern now in that building. The people who are pressing the button, the passengers don't care that pre-pandemic you used to have a lot of traffic 8 to 10 a.m. And our controllers were only adjusted to provide that best response time, anticipating people will be there between 8 to 10 a.m. in these floors. They don't care. They are seeing, are they waiting a few seconds or they waiting 10 seconds to wait to get to the destination they want? But, bringing AI ML into the mix, we can understand how traffic patterns are changing, how that building is now being used differently. Are you changing the kind of tenants? Are you changing and moving your cafeteria floor onto another? And we can have that perceived by how we are sensing the use of the elevator. Now, in response, we can now adjust the elevator brain, the controller, to respond differently. So you see over here, nobody came, the passengers didn't come knocking on your doorstep to say you need AI ML, but you need a smart elevator. But you in that industry understand how do we serve our customers better, how the world is changing. And while everybody might not be able to afford it, how do we provide a product that enables that kind of capability? I had similar experience, even in my past experience in the NSF. I always believe in enabling your ground level people in decision making, because when you do that, you impact the top line itself. You are making them become more efficient and better at what they are doing, and which translates into huge impact for the company. Because what is people? People is a collection of, what is a company? It's a collection of people. And the smarter the ground people that are making those decisions you make them, the smarter it reflects on the company level decisions itself. And another thing, this is, very data science kind of, and even in OR, when we learn, we tend to approach things in a very black and white. We do not want to explain why we came up with an answer. You don't know. We have the best math running behind it. So trust the answer we give you. Please do not question whereas our solution needs to be empowering the person who was used to making decisions. If you enable them with better insights, rather than threaten them and say you are out of the loop, you are bringing them along in the mix itself. So in both my experiences, I've always focused on what I called as machine human augmentation, so a smarter decision making process. I don't want to take people out of the loop because to get that kind of smarts built in that can mimic the brain out there takes years, and you don't want to do that. So you want to use the human brain to its best capability, but you also want to provide it the insights that it's not wasting time doing the repetitive work or coming up with some of the things that are too hard to find out. I mean, Sushmita is talking about working in the airlines and the railroad business itself. I mean, some of these decisions we made in the railroad business that decided what trains will run, when will they run, what kind of traffic, you need a computer of the size of the earth to come up with that kind of answers. A human mind cannot create those answers. And so how do you then start sharing answers with them that can tell them, okay, what is a better train schedule? What kind of car should you be serving and switching where? Such that they can comprehend the value of going in making that decision results in a better solution. So, my target has always been on that grounds level, but I'm not, Migna and was talking about a very different focus itself, where we are really going down to a very different level of climatic change and all. My focus is more on what I would call as an organization and a business level. So appreciate there's a lot of people in the NGO side and world also looking at the real common man issues to empower them in this world and bring them along rather than leave them behind.
Thank you. That was an amazing answer. And Ms. Pandey, you worked as a manager for data science at Schneider Electric, which is all about connecting energy technologies in different ways so that we can better manage our buildings, our homes, our industries, everywhere we use energy. So what changes do you see that data science is driving?
So, as you know, that energy consumption is also very important, right? Optimizing that energy consumption and not wasting energy is very, very crucial for any business. In fact, organizations who pay attention to these things are actually in a very, right step towards at least the environment. At least they're environment conscious that way. So we also do a lot of things in terms of energy consumption. How can we, reduce the packaging that we do for our products? How do we ship it at the minimum cost and also at a minimum fuel expense? How do we minimize? In fact, in our offices also, we do not switch on the lights all the time. In fact, many offices right now, right, if you walk in the room, the light switches on, otherwise it's not on, it's generally off. That's also one way of optimizing it. Whenever there are a lot of people, probably there could be a little bit more light in the room, but if there are lesser people, not a lot of people, the automatic the building automation, what we call, the light should automatically switch on, switch off to save the energy. That is one aspect of doing. And as long as change is concerned, I think in my organization I've seen a lot of this data, this freight logistics data is not available. In fact, for many organizations, data science, AI and ML is probably very easy. Getting the data is the challenge, though we are generating a lot of data in exponentially, but meaningful data is very difficult to get. We are just generating a lot of garbage along with that certain important data. So if you see the point of sales data, a lot of things are not tracked. Even in the manufacturing units, it's very difficult to track the diameter at which, you know, there are a lot of things which are still manual. And especially in a lot of countries like China, they're also very reluctant to, you know, go completely digital. So that's another, you know, topic altogether. But these are some of the things which are being picked up by the industry at the moment. We are trying to refine the data that we are using, trying to you know, create data which is useful, and also create one single source of truth from where, you know, we can apply AI and ML on it. So I think that is the change which I see in terms of the business energy, and also in terms of how we look at data. I think that is also changing a lot. So that's my view. Over to you, Ritu.
Wow, both of your answers, Dr. Dewan and Ms. Pandey, it seems like we're using data science to make everything around us smarter, our buildings, our railways, everything, our elevators, and just empower people through that, like you said. That's awesome. Um, and Professor Agarwala, your work has been in the area of preserving forests, biodiversity, environmentalism, and you're also a professor here at Ashoka. How do you see data science driving change in your field and in your work and the world in general?
Okay, sorry, electricity is back. So basically, because I look at large landscapes, and normally when you're looking at things like forest, biodiversity, environment, you're looking at larger landscapes. One major limitation was getting the data. So if you were, say, when getting data on water quality, you had to go in person to get it. If you were, say, looking at forests, you had to actually go and do forest plots. And so this discipline has really been driven by this large data, and computing power has really driven the development of this discipline. Because earlier, if say, you know, look at the amount of time, energy, money, and logistics going into collecting forest plot data, water quality data, and you're not getting enough plots. Now, what you can do is you can create algorithms that will help you detect these over large landscapes, right? So you still do some of the plot data, but you can use the plot data to then use satellite imageries to derive these over space and time. And so as a result, now you have a very large amount of data that you can use. Now, another thing that's critical in our discipline is we do hypothesis testing. So for hypothesis testing, sometimes what happens is that your covariates are correlated. That means that you can't test that hypothesis. Also, if you're just manually collecting plots, you're just not getting enough data to test your hypothesis. So because we have very large data through remote sensing and satellite imagery, etc., we can now answer these questions at a much larger scale. So for example, it can apply to any question like where to do restoration, why to do restoration there and not some other location. These questions can be answered because we are being able to collect and compute results at these scales. So just from some of my work, as I already talked about, like why are people burning crop residue? That's a data science question, right? How can they be incentivized not to do so? That's a data question. So you can try out different experiments and then do it at scale. Another question that's common and that I'm also working on is, for example, you have a lot of human wildlife conflict. Why are the wild animals straying into agricultural fields? That would require you to see how has the forest quality changed, how has the climate changed. So with forest quality, again, instead of doing the forest plots, you can create these algorithms that lets you assess forest quality again across space and time. Similarly, you could have, how is the forest quality changing? Why is the forest quality changing? Again, you can collect the drivers again at scale through data science methods. How will this impact climate emissions? Then you can even test, again, you can collect institutional data also at scale. How are the different types of institutions going to impact, say, forests or climate change or water quality? And so this ability to gather data at very large scales through algorithms, machine learning, etc., then combining data at very large scales, and then having enough data to be able to do hypothesis testing has really transformed the discipline. Thank you. Back over to you, Ruth.
Wow, it seems like with data science, we can really collect a lot of data over a large scale, and we can also empower people at a large scale, which is really great. Um, Professor Narayana, you're working in supply chains, making them sustainable, also with airlines and with education. Could you share some of your perspectives as well on how did you see in the field data science driving change?
Thanks, Ritu. I was listening to the insights shared by the other panelists, and I found a lot of it centered around the problem of finding data and getting good data. And this is something that I have also faced in my research and my work. And in most cases, this is very difficult to get. And that's what happens when data is electronically available. It makes things so much simpler for all of us to analyze and come up with better decisions. And this is a problem that I have also addressed along with a team when it comes to the education sector. So where we are working on delivery of textbooks to public schools. So this is a project with the World Bank that we are conducting. And we are facing exactly this problem that we don't have data. So what do we do when we don't have data? We need to derive insights, because with those insights, we can come up with policies. So we have looked at this methodology or tools and techniques that we're applying from the field of economics, and I would say more from the side of development economics, which is field experiments. When you don't have data, you create the data. You go to the field and you create it. So we have conducted experiments on the field, and an experiment, as you can think of, consists of treatments and control, where you are going to have, let's say, for example, in clinical trials, we talk about having given the treatment to a set of participants for the experiment and giving the placebo to the others. And then you have the control and treatment coming up from there. So in the same way, we try to do this not in a lab setting, but on the field. So an example of this was where we tried to see whether there is any kind of faulty aspects in the distribution of textbooks in the northeast of the country. And we sent across textbooks. We purchased textbooks from the government, and these were textbooks that were anyway going to be distributed. And we sent across some textbooks through a channel which is generally used. And then we looked at a few treatment options where we tried to intervene and see whether we could send across the textbooks through better ways, apparently better ways, and see which is better. And this helped us, because we designed the experiment, this helped us create the data along the way that could be later analyzed. But, it comes with its own challenges, because that data is sometimes very difficult to clean, sometimes unreliable. So we put in several layers of triangulation for the data, getting people to sign off on different sheets and papers. And remember, we are working in remote corners of the country where people are not that educated. So we had to train people to collect the data and collect hard data as well as soft aspects of data on user satisfaction, as well as the actual timelines and timestamps on when products were moving from point A to point B. There was no QR coding and nothing of the sort. We actually stationed people to collect this data. And this is something that is, quite often something that I see in the domain of supply chain management, which people stay away from. They don't really create the data. They don't go into these opportunities. And this is something that I feel there should be some amount of focus on when it comes to data creation. That is one aspect that I found some kind of commonalities with the other panelists. The other aspect which I'm seeing in my work, and which has been, I think, an interest of mine for a while, is even during PhD days, I was interested in the economics aspects of business. It's not just the analysis of data, but also the economics of it. And mostly economics and also the psychological aspects of it. So if you see most of the recent Nobel laureates that we have in the domain of economics, they come from a field called behavioral economics, where they look at the behaviors of people, be it consumers, be it entities, organizations, whatever we talk about, and they try to find out what we could do and what are the best things that we could do with these behaviors. So we have concepts like nudging and boosting, or prospect theory, risk aversion. All of these are very important concepts when it comes to making proper decisions, whether it is in organizations or at the level of public policy making. And I feel that data science has immense potential in looking at these problems, because this has been, again, a stronghold of economists. But we come in with the tools of data analysis. We can understand the structures of problem. We can understand how to, statistics is still something that economists are also very good at. And even people in the life sciences are very, very good at. But when it comes to the science of the problem and the structures of problem, that is where I think we have good capabilities to come in. And that's something that I'm very much interested in. And we see a lot of this work happening. Let's say you're talking about nowadays, one of the problems that we have is when you book an Ola cab, the Ola driver refuses to pick you unless you pay cash. And this is a very common problem. So why does that happen? There is some kind of behavioral angle to this. Perhaps the fuel prices are too high and he needs to pay for it. Perhaps the location of the commuter is not known to him. Perhaps the incentives for doing this are not high enough. So what could be the challenges that we face? Or maybe you're trying to disrupt an economy which is already well oiled. So when we look at Ola and Uber systems, they have come into an economy which already had taxi services prevalent in the economy. So maybe you're trying to disrupt an economy which was already functioning quite well, and it is pushing back. So these are some, I think, very cool and interesting things to look at when it comes to trying to understand problems, and something that I am interested in. So that's from the behavioral angle. And when data is available, nothing like it. And that's where the commercial aviation problems that I'm looking at, such as crew scheduling or finding out routes for the crew, is what we are looking at in creating tools that can quickly provide solutions for the organization, for the companies, using traditional or maybe even advanced optimization techniques, along with machine learning approaches. That's an area that I'm focusing on, and that's where a lot of work is already happening, has already happened. And I'm sure that if we can come up with low cost tools, that would be great for businesses. And for if you look at the aviation sector in India, it is something where it is known for burning money. So fuel as well as money is burnt in the aviation sector in India. And if we can come up with low cost tools and technologies, maybe we can help improve the productivity and profitability of such sectors. And that's something that I'm interested in as well. So many domains, but I think looking at several different problems and methodologies is something that we should be, as data scientists, exploring as well, so that we can find similarities between problems, but we can also keep ourselves learning and becoming more abreast with the recent phenomena as well as recent developments. So that's where I am right now in terms of.
Wow. I'd like to make a comment as I heard both Sushmita, Migna, and Alka around the data itself. My comment to my team is data science. There is no science without data. So if you are not generating data, there is no science. There's two parts to that problem. And I'll tell you, in both of my organizations, I had teams where we constructed ways of generating data. I mean, whether it's in the elevator industry or in the railroad industry, there is no way sometimes to be capturing those pictures in real time to understand what's happening. So can you say that your team shakes hands off, you don't have data and you cannot do anything about it? I had teams in both my organizations that actually focused on making sure we are generating data, whether it's by constructing, video systems that can be running at 70 miles an hour and collecting images and hosting it and collecting that information and what happens when vibrations happen, and same way in the elevator industry. Because if that data is not meaningful, you cannot trust it, it does not detect the signal, there is no science that can happen. I mean, we've spent a lot of time trying to make sure the sensors we design in our elevators, if they do not detect the issue, then what is the model going to do to be able to predict an issue? So saying that's an engineering problem and not a data science problem is really walking away from the real problem itself, because I have physicists working that say, okay, vibrations are caused in this axis. So what should be the placement of sensors? And we follow this, all the things that, that was mentioned by Dr. Narayana or Dr. Agarwal out there, where we are saying, okay, you do these tests in the lab, and then when you take it in the field where there is no control and installations are different, how do you see the response? And how do you segment your data set to still have control sets and be able to say you are still seeing that kind of predictive power? And by the way, along the way, as you're setting those teams, making the executives understand without really getting into the statistics to say, you need to do this. You cannot have meaningful answers without having to do, and talking in a language they can understand is also the role. Similar aspect, which I think I didn't see panelists talk about, which data analytics teams need to think about as they are setting themselves up, is the platform itself. The amount of data we generate, the amount of time the data analyst spends in wrangling and cleaning up data. There are now tools and technologies available on data engineering side to make your life easier. So for organizations and places that are not investing in platforms, will need to have armies of data scientists, because they are spending most of their time in data collection and data cleanup, not in truly data science work. So, just putting things in perspective, the role of data and analytics teams is far bigger than just doing the model creation. If you focus on the problem you're trying to solve, you will figure out that I do not have data. I need to figure out the way of generating data. Migna mentioned on how to create the plots. I mean, I worked with how we use drones to collect imagery, because putting sensors in 1,000 places was not cheap enough. So thinking about the ROI of how do you design that capture of data is also part of that solutioning itself. And then making sure that you're collecting data that is meaningful, because you'll collect garbage along with meaningful. And so before you come to that control set of saying, I have stability, now I can trust the data, and then taking it to the next level is how it is. And people don't think about it from the outside. It's not as if, because we sell, just like because of the data democratization, there's enough AI, ML, black box solutions coming out that make companies feel I'm going to just push a bunch of data in and out, voila, I'm going to have this magical insights to draw the insight. And then they start thinking, okay, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. It's because data didn't make sense. What you put in didn't make sense. And, garbage in, garbage out kind of thing.
And I think that from talking to people, I think people really underestimate data quality. They just think data is just sitting there and all you need to do is just run the code, but they really underestimate creating the good data sets. Yes. I think that really needs to be emphasized.
Yes, yes.
Wow, just hearing you all connecting to each other's answers, we can see in action how data science is literally connected to every field. But now coming to maybe non-data scientists who are listening in on this panel or who might see this later. Can you guys talk about what is unique about the way that data science can approach or handle a problem? Because you've all talked about how it drives change, how it connects to our lives, but what's something that it can do that's so beautiful, so unique to its approach? And we'll start with you, Ms. Pandey.
One line answer would be it does everything. So at the moment, data does everything for you. So be it automation, be it CPG, FMCG domain, be it supply chain, be it airline, be it networking. So there's no end to what it does. It can do everything. Give some data, and no matter how bad it is, you will definitely get some kind of an insight from it. It's like that. So I would say the question is not what it can do. The question is what it can't do. I think it can do everything. In fact, images, if you see image recognition, it can detect, whether a person is tumor prone or not, whether these cells are carcinogenic or not. A lot of things that it can do in terms of healthcare, in terms of banking sector, fraud detections, right? Your anomaly detection. If you raise a transaction, I don't know how many of you use ICICI Bank. If I cross certain limit, if I do a transaction which is high enough, I immediately get a call from the bank. Is it you that you've been doing it? Otherwise, we'll block it. So proactively doing that is important. Once the transaction is done, the amount is deducted from my account, and then later you detect it was an anomaly. That doesn't make sense. Right now, we are at a level where preventing before it happens is very, very important. So these are very much, cost related things, especially in the BFSI sector. Healthcare is also very, very critical. You cannot just play around with data and give them suggestions which are not very accurate. For a cancer patient, if you start giving medicines just because you think he's prone to cancer, that is going to prove fatal for him. And if you do not start giving medicines to him, then again he's going to have cancer and he's going to die anyway. So healthcare and I think banking and finance sector are the two crucial areas where you just cannot play around with data. You just cannot experiment on your whim, at least, right? For other things, maybe you can do a little bit hit and trial. You can try to gather data, and you can experiment a lot, especially in FMCG. You can experiment a lot. Which channels are giving me a better ROI? Should I spend more over this channel? Should I spend more over there? And you can get a lot of sense from that. But BFSI and healthcare is something which is very crucial. So data can do everything in every sector, be it from the ground level, data analysts, data scientists, data engineers, or be it executives, senior executives who are involved in the business decision making. They also need to understand data so that they can make informed decisions. So there's no escaping data science at the moment. Anything related with data is data science, and we are generating data. Data is all around us. So there is a lot of need for people to be at least basically aware of what data science can do, what is data science in general. And then if you're interested in the field, you can definitely try to apply it as well in your day-to-day life. And the best way to do it is find some application near you, right? And try to get your own data. A lot of people do surveys, creating data. Do a little bit of survey. How much? I think a lot of people in LinkedIn also post some polls, do a lot of surveys, and see, from the real people. Of course, they can be biased, and you need to also think about the biasness that comes in from that particular channel. But still, you can generate data and you can get a lot of information from them. So data is doing everything currently. Ritu, over to you.
Thank you. Ms. Narayana?
Yeah, thanks, Rutu. So I think since you mentioned that this is talking about what could data science do, it's a very basic foundation question that you're asking an academician. So I would go to the foundation, which is, let's say we're talking about optimization, right? And this is something that I covered even in the lightning talks. When we speak about optimization, the very concept is trying to find the best solution quickly. And that's very important. We try to find the best solution quickly. And if you look at the history of optimization, a lot can be credited to a very popular algorithm in optimization called as simplex, and which was discovered or identified by Professor George Danzig, Dr. George Danzig, who came up with this idea that we could find solutions at what we call as corner points of a feasible region. Now, that's a very complex thing to say, but what we see here is, let's say you are given 1 million possibilities. So how would you find the best solution? You would need to find out what is associated with each of those 1 million possibilities, which is the best price. I would need to look at all possible prices and find out what was going to give me the least cost or best profit. Right? But optimization will tell you that you don't need to look at all the prices. You need to look at maybe 10 prices or 4 prices because you have identified a structure to the problem. So what optimization as such, as a domain tells us is we can find a structure, a mathematical structure to any problem. And if I can identify a mathematical structure to a problem, and I know the theory of it, I can find solutions. And this theory, it implies that it can be understood by anyone. So anyone should be able to understand it and then find a solution. It's not that Rutu will find a different solution and I will find a different solution. Both of us will find the same solution, and we will find it in a finite amount of time if possible. That would be the greatest thing to happen. So one part of it is it helps us find, when we speak about data science in terms of optimization, it helps us find a problem structure in terms of mathematical equations or mathematical structure, and that can actually help us find a solution, right? So this is one part of it. And if I were to speak about, let's say, statistics, now statistics tells us that we know of certain phenomena and we try to find parallels to those phenomena. And in terms of, again, mathematics, we try to see whether a specific sample survey of data that we have is having any kind of commonalities with some known mathematical forms, like we call them as normal distribution curves or gamma distribution, exponential distribution. We try to find the similarities between that and these mathematical forms, because we know what are the properties of these mathematical forms. So if we can find these similarities, then we will be able to find out answers to questions that we have, like hypothesis that Migna is testing. What is the cause of these fires and what is the root cause of these fires? This can help us find these answers. So when we speak about data science, the power of data science is because it is so strongly connected to mathematics. And if we're able to understand a problem, or if we're able to relate to a problem in terms of mathematics, we can not only understand the problem, we can also find solutions to the problem. And we are not just interested in finding solutions, we want to find them quickly. And that is, the brilliant part. And that is, like you were asking, what is the beauty of it? That is the beauty of it. We're able to find some kind of quick solutions which are acceptable to you and me. It's not something that you disagree with. It is something that we would agree upon, come to a consensus upon. And that's where data science comes in, and it is so powerful. And the more people understand it, it would be so cool. I just cannot fathom the kind of impact that it would have when more people adopt data science.
Wow, it's a really amazing field to be in, and I can just feel the enthusiasm from everyone. It's exciting. Professor Agarwala, what would you have to say about what do you find beautiful about this?
To what the others, in addition to what the others said about optimization, etc., there are a couple of things that you can do, which is it can deal with hyperdimensionality, which is very difficult to do using other methods. If you're using, it can look at emergent properties. As I said, if you have larger scales, you have emergent properties. It can look at much more complex systems and much more interactions than you can do using traditional methods. And of course, as people said, automation. So you can automation and basically dynamic systems, you can code that in. And also, like, there are some other things, sorry, my electricity is gone again. There are some other things like spatial autocorrelation, those kind of things. It can get you at those kind of properties as well. So, and all of these are very important controls, are very important. I mean, depending on how complex your system are, these are all things that one needs to take into account, and it gives you the tools to address these issues. Thank you. Back to you, Ritu.
Thank you. And Dr. Dewan?
So I'm going to agree with, because we are all, you can see our enthusiasm. We are data nerds, come from that background. So we see the art of the possible. So I'm going to agree with a lot of things, but I'm also going to be very provocative on some of the things that I've spoken over here. Absolutely. I mean, from what Sushmita brought up or what Migna brought up, that's to me about the art of the possible, trying to understand, there are when there is certain property to a problem, how do we solve it? I mean, but I'm going to say to Sushmita, how many problems are linear problems? I mean, simplex might help you solve out that it's at the corner edge conditions if it's a linear problem. I mean, I can tell you in the both 2 decades of industry that I've dealt with, a very small set, honestly, it's less than 10% of the problems I probably picked up that were linear. So you're not going to be able to use simplex on solving those solutions. So, I feel the science is helping us find the different tools. So as you find different problem kinds, you can fix and choose the right tool to solve the problem. Not that you jump and we have solutions to everything. So there is a lot possible with data science because it is giving us, when you can exactly find the class of the problem, how to solve that problem really fast, really fast. But everything is possible. I'm going to be provocative and say absolutely not. Why? One, in certain domains, we do not even know the classes of the problem. And yes, we can abstract it and can completely make it a machine learning based, no trying to figure out what is the dimensionality, what is the class of the problem, and I'm going to fit it based on, what I've experienced in the past. But I'm also going to say where power comes, there's also responsibility. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. You see so much, in the hate in the media, where sentiments are raised up. Do you understand under those platforms are AI, ML? And we have let those algorithms go amok, where we are not letting them be managed and supervised in a way, because we were hoping, and it's creating havoc in the perception and guiding the whole society in a wrong way in instances. So, I will say there is a lot of things possible with data science now, with the algorithms now. But I think to come with the power of the human brain that we still have, we haven't reached that state. So as data scientists, we need to remember with power comes responsibility. So, because you can have 3 data points, 2, 2, and 20. Average is what? 12. If you give 12 to the person and say, this is the number you should be expecting when there are 2 2s and the 20 was an outlier, that's not a solution. And that could be, so I think what we need to understand is that whereas a human brain would have easily understood that 20 is an outlier, something went wrong. So we've got to think through these steps in our mind to understand, one, based on the problem type, what tool to pick up. 2, also understand, remember I told you, but there is no science without the data, and there is a lot of junk, a lot of garbage that comes in the data, and how do we screen around it is very important, especially if we are dealing with influencing societal decisions, human, how humans should operate, or creating a platform that's, giving voice to certain voices and shutting off other voices. We create a bias system in that world. So, that's the place where I will start saying data science, unmanaged, unbridled, can create havoc out there. So I think data science has a lot of things possible. At the end of the day, it's humans and human emotions also that make those decisions. So we need to keep that in mind, that end use case, and understand truly, are we helping it do the better things, or are we taking it in a direction where the algorithm might have worked fine in your opinion, you have found the voice that makes sense and you elevated that voice. But that was hate speech, or there was something going on in that direction. So just that with, keep that in mind when you are using your tools available to you. I think the art of the possible, the possibility to impact our whole lives with data is tremendous if we used well. I mean, yeah. I think, Alka mentioned healthcare. To a large extent, we haven't still individualized medicine. We give the same dose to every person. You might be a 180-pound man or a 100-pound woman. Doesn't make a difference. I see data science truly revolutionizing pharmaceutical industry. I truly see data science revolutionizing, the radiotherapy that I was talking about, how to treat cancer and kind of individualize based on framing or whatever. So there are places where we will see revolutionizing, just as we're seeing it right now. I mean, it's changing the way we operate, right now as well. And we'll continue to see that. But we also need to keep in mind as we are making some of these things that what is the impact to the system? Shrishmata mentioned about Uber and Ola drivers making choices. From a data scientist perspective, they might say, I'm done. I created an algorithm that matches the supply with the demand with the best price, and you're done. And that's not the case. The human element in the mix, in that system dynamics of the pricing itself, how do you fit into that market is very important too. So keep that in mind when you are designing these, and we will make mistakes, learn from it, iterate, and move and change fast. As long as we keep an eye on it, that whatever we are designing, there are chances we're going to be doing things that are not right. How do we fix it and take it to the best way forward? So with that, I'm going to turn it back to you, Kutu.
Thank you for that answer. And it's great to hear that there are some things where data science is already doing an amazing job, and also things where there's a lot of space to improve, because that means the new data scientists, the students in our audience, have space to forge their own new paths and make great contributions to this field.
Yeah, and I'll suggest the students not to take data science a bit too seriously, because even the Apple seller is doing his own data science in a way. When he's taking the last 3 days moving average of predicting what is going to be the sales next day, he's also doing data science. So we are all doing data science in one way or another. Statisticians are doing, economists are doing. So everyone has their own way of doing. The focus should be on data side more, that how do you get the right data? Do you understand the concepts, the statistics part? Do you understand why it works and how it works? There, I think that is something which is more important, and not the ML and AI part, which should be more focused on, because that is simpler. The part where the feature engineering is, that is more complicated. So I can spend like 1 month on a problem, I can spend 6 months, I can also spend 5 years on a problem. It depends on how much you are ready to explore on that, and how much you're willing to try.
And just to add to that, so, like I know there are these black box solutions that some of these processes are, but while they may be good for certain functions, I mean, don't only try to use those. I mean, it's okay to use other tools as well that are not so black box, because sometimes you do want a mechanistic explanation. And for many processes, it's frowned upon to use a black box solution and not a mechanistic explanation.
Those are awesome highlights. And talking about students, so there are a lot of young students, young data scientists, or even people who are using data science, but they might not know about it in their lives. So, for all our panelists, in your experience, what are some tools and approaches you've come across that even students, non data scientists, or young data scientists can start using right now to create a positive impact around them? Could you share some examples, some advice, whatever you feel? And we'll start with Ms. Narayana.
Great. Thanks a lot. I think one of the things that the pandemic brought in was a lot of these virtual classes, and we were thinking, how can I teach mathematics? How can I teach operations research and optimization, and keep students engaged? And nothing comes to one's rescue like Microsoft Excel. And that's one of the go-to tools I think every student should really get a hang of, because it makes things very visual. I mean, there are lots of tools in the market which are present. There is Tableau, SPSS, IBM comes up with several solutions, there's SAS, there's a lot of tools, but I think the foundation of all of this is using and understanding Excel, or even Google Sheets, whatever you're comfortable with. Whatever gives you a matrix to work with, gives you a visualization for the data. That's something that I think is one of the go-to things that students should look at adopting early on. And when we conduct interviews for students during admissions, we we screen a lot of candidates for our PG programs and for our PhD programs. This is something that makes or breaks it, because if someone is not able to function with even Excel, they're not going to be able to pick up things quite quickly. And it helps you visualize a lot of simple mathematical functions. So that's one thing that I would look at. And a general curiosity for when it comes to data science, I would say general curiosity should be present for problems rather than the data. I would say look at problem statement and try to understand or think why these things happen. Or nowadays there's a lot of talk which is happening on these 10-minute deliveries that Zomato is coming up with, Zepto is coming up with. And something that I find very interesting is with social media comes in a lot of potential for people to interact and create dialogue. So if you're really using social media, I would encourage students to get in on these forums where you can have a general chat about these types of problems and try to understand problems more rather than just using it for fun. Of course, I'm not trying to police anyone over here as to what you use social media for, but there are a lot of interesting forums that students can get on to, even for online courses, Coursera, so on and so forth, and engage with a diverse audience and try to understand interesting problems. What is the impact of any kind of event or disruption? Like, what did pandemic do for us? And what can it do? What is the kind of problems that it creates? And are these problems similar to each other? Because going forward as data scientists, you're trying to always see whether you can find a model that can be applied in future as well. So you don't want to create a model that nobody can use. So you want to be able to look at solutions that can be used multiple number of times. Trying to make something from scratch becomes very, very difficult. So when you're trying to understand problems and their solutions, look for solutions and see whether there are parallels. Is there a parallel between the pandemic and any other epidemic that we have already had? Is there a parallel between the pandemic and any other kind of phenomenon? If you actually look at the pandemic and the nature of the pandemic, we are all now familiar with this bell-shaped curve that it talks about the infection rates or the death rates and so on and so forth. And there are actually parallels to this in population dynamics, where we look at births and deaths and how it goes up and down. So there are already existing assessments of such kind of similar systems. So try to search for these patterns and try to search for relatable patterns from the past. So that's one I would say. And when I'm looking at, there are a lot of cool profiles that are coming up. What I find with the generation today, with the students of today, and since we interact with so many young people, is they're so clued in with the latest technologies, but they're also very sure of what they want, and something that I very much appreciate. And the more you interact with people and the more you interact with peers, you learn from your peers, the better it is. So I would really encourage young and upcoming data scientists to actually attend conferences, attend events which are focused on certain problems. Don't be afraid of presenting your thoughts in front of someone and getting poor feedback. Don't worry about it. Always take it constructively. I still remember my PhD student, close to tears after her first presentation. And she said, how can the panel not think that what I presented was right? And how can they say these mean comments? And there was absolutely nothing mean about the comments, but she felt offended. But you have to go through this process. It's a rite of passage if you really want to rise up. Face these troubles early on rather than facing it after you join your job and you're not able to withstand these pressures. So I would really encourage students and up and coming data scientists to put yourself out there when it comes to learning tools and technologies. Don't shy away from these kinds of forums. And academics is always there, so I'm not going to suggest more on the academics part, but keep yourself quite familiar with the latest happenings. That's what I would suggest at this point.
Great. Thank you for that. Ms. Pandey?
Yeah, I think very aptly said, Excel is the basic tool that everyone should know. In fact, you can do machine learning regression also on it. ANOVA also you can do a lot of statistical hypothesis testing also you can do just on Excel. So everyone should definitely be, try to be more proficient in Excel. Always start with Excel. Then definitely you should know statistics. So a lot of courses in Coursera, edX, Udemy, there are a lot of courses over there. And again, if you want to actually see that you're on the right track and something is happening, then go to Kaggle, participate in those competitions, take those data sets, take help from GitHub. How are people doing it? Because see, even if it is an exploratory data analysis, even if it's descriptive statistics, getting insights from the data, the way somebody does it and the other person does it might be different, right? So sometimes you are able to get a few things which the other person might not, and the other person would have something which you are not able to think, right? So that is why we also focus on the diversity. That is why we focus on a team, especially in data science. It's more of a research kind of a field where a lot of people from different backgrounds can think differently and also contribute. So Kaggle and GitHub are definitely one of the best resources for getting the data and for practice. Apart from that, I would suggest if you want to really start with programming, start with Python, basic Python, pick it up, because Excel, one limitation is that it cannot deal with large amount of data, right? It has a limitation on what data it can usually analyze. So if you are facing that kind of a problem, definitely start with basic Python. Python is very easy to pick up. And then I think you are all set to at least start with your data analysis and then gradually pick things up. So these are, I think, some of these tools that you should know, especially for the aspiring data scientists.
Awesome. Dr. Dewan?
So I think Alka and Sushmita have covered very well on the tool side. I'm going to just take it a step back. What they're telling you is you are here to learn. That's why you are part of the university. But just remember that this field has been evolving, and you have to make learning become a part of your life itself. So all of us continue to, whether it's Python, whether it's Excel, whether it's Tableau, whether it is, to be aware and make sure learning is a priority for us, because nobody else will prioritize it for you. So you need to do that for yourself. Another fact that Sushmita rose up, and I think since we are talking in a women forum, I'm going to be more vocal about it, is that rite of the passage of getting feedback. She gave an example of a PhD student, but I will tell you at a generic level, it's very essential. So if you went through engineering and metallurgy, you remember it takes heat to change the metallurgical property of the metal itself to make it become stronger and make it become, the strength that it needs to have. So that's a metaphor for life itself. Be open to put yourself out there. Are you going to be right always? Absolutely not. Be humble enough to take that feedback as a constructive feedback to an idea you provided forward, not to you as a person. I think women tend to be a little bit more sensitive around this. So I'm going to, make an emphasis for you to understand that some of these experiences actually harden you up in life for what life is going to be. Every idea, feedback that somebody gave you is not an attack on you. It's a feedback that they gave on the idea you presented forward. So keep that in mind as you go and go towards life. So make learning part of your everyday life. Make sure you own it. Do not put it on the back burner. You prioritize it at the same level as whatever is the task that you're trying to do for you yourself. Two, make sure that as you approach life, think about it, that each one of them, there'll be a chance to keep continuing to improve yourself and get feedback on that. There's another angle I would like to say is to be aware about building your networks itself. All of us, no matter at what point of life, whether it's a familial network, whether it's a professional network, you need help. There's nothing wrong in that. That's the way life works. We are, social animals. We need support. We need to do things. So make sure you take time to invest in those networks as well. It's not a sign of weakness, because I know you're students just now, but you will go to the next stage of life where your family obligations, your pressures on, will grow, and you still want to continue to work. So which means you can't do it all alone. Specifically, I'm talking about the Indian context where a lot more burden is put on the woman out there. So be open about it to understand it cannot be done alone. Just like there is a successful, I'm just using the proverb over here. I'm not proposing the gender aspect of it, but just the proverb, behind every successful man, there's a woman. I think it's true too. I would not have been here without the help of my husband, without the help of my kids, without the help of my mom, my mother-in-law, who were there for me at critical stages of life. That did not make me a weak person. I have the same kind of networks built at my friends level, at my professional level, so that I have trusted people built there that give me feedback when I am in doubt how things were happening. So keep that in mind as you go with life, because it's not all about it. Not a 100-meter dash. You need to approach your career in your life marathon itself. So build these as habits, the learning, the habit, building the network as a habit, taking a habit of, sharing ideas and, learning how to defend it, and learning also from the mistakes you do, because, sometimes we get caught in that level too. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to you, Ruth.
Thank you for sharing that. And Professor Agarwala?
I'm assuming the audience is Ashoka students, right? So as students right now, you have a great opportunity to be at Ashoka and learn. So first thing I would say is learn properly in your classes. So we have across the disciplines, class in statistics, from basic t-tests and ANOVAs to really complicated like ecological statistics, theoretical modeling. Take those classes if those interest you. And in addition to doing statistics classes, it's also worthwhile to do theory classes, because it's important to understand the property of the thing that you're studying. So for example, if you're studying remote sensing, it's important to understand the optical properties of those bands, right? So similarly, for any question, it's good to learn the theory. I mean, you may change that in the future, what you're going to look at, but begin now only to have a practice of, if you're going to do an analysis on something, understand the system. So if you're going to do economics, it's all right to do stats, but also understand the economics theory. If you're going to do remote sensing, yeah, do the remote sensing, but understand the physics theory, because if without the theory, it's just like there's no understanding going on behind it. The second is work with somebody for experience, right? Because people you work with will know, I mean, they have more experience in it. And when you work with them, you will get their experience, and you'll get, I mean, a lot of the things that the other panelists are talking about, like with problem solving, etc. I mean, you will understand a lot from working with people. So at this stage, I think, yeah, you have the great opportunity of taking these classes at Ashoka, but also learn, I mean, do internships or work with people who are working in large data analysis to learn from them.
Amazing. We're unfortunately running out of time. I feel like we could all keep listening to you all share these amazing insights and perspectives for ours. But just as a final question, a final thought, an idea, is there something you want to share with our audience who are from different countries all over the world? Maybe they'll see this video later in the year, later in the day, or maybe they're with us now. Would you like to leave them with anything? We can start with Ms. Pandey.
Yeah, I think one advice would be start early and start as soon as possible, because there's a lot of ground to cover, and the sooner you start, the easier it is. So don't procrastinate that I'll do it after 3 months, 6 months. It doesn't work like that. The industry is already progressing at a very fast pace, so get started as soon as possible. That's all from my end.
Dr. Dewan?
I would just say enjoy the journey out here. I mean, there is so much. We are in one of the hottest, fastest changing field, if this is what interests you. And the application of it to the society, no matter whether you're talking at profit sectors, we get talked a lot of different examples, or in, influencing our society and environment and ecology, you heard those examples too. So, being part of a field where it gives you the chance to continue to learn and truly make an impact to the society in the direction you can is really an amazing place to be in, because you can continue to try different things as we go on. So I would say just enjoy the journey, take the time. You have been given just now the dedicated time to learn, take that moment and make the best out of it. And if, there were some classes you probably daydreamed and wandered through, it's never too late to start at that point and learn based on what you need to learn on. So good luck with your careers, and enjoy yourself.
Professor Narayana?
Yeah, I think my suggestion or my parting thoughts are, to be in data science, you need to be fearless. So don't be afraid if you're wrong. Don't be afraid if you're stuck in the wrong problem. Don't be afraid of societal challenges. If you have the passion for it and the drive for it and you want to develop, you can develop at any point in time. The earlier you start, definitely the better. But don't worry that you're not there yet, because there is something for everyone in data science. There is a problem that you can really shine in. There is a tool that you can really shine in and you can develop your expertise in. So be fearless and don't be, worried about the various challenges, because this is something everyone else also faces, be it men or women. There are enough roadblocks in life as is. So don't be afraid of this. Don't worry about it. If you have the passion, go for it, try the most complex problems, fail in it, learn from it, and then move on to the next problem. There is so much to explore in data science. So don't step away from it.
So I'm going to just reiterate some points that the other panelists made earlier. So it's a very powerful tool, and with great power comes great responsibility. And so two things, whatever you do, do it responsibly, right? If you think your data is not good, then, are you really going to, like, for example, I don't have an example, but suppose you come up with a tool that wants to help farmers with decision making, right? Would you want to put something that you're not that you may have got a result, but like, you're not that confident about it? So that kind of stuff. So do whatever data science you do, it's important that you do it responsibly. That's just the ethics of doing the research. But also, to go back to Dr. Devan's earlier point of what is the end game? Like, when you create something, what is the end game? How is it going to affect people down the line? That's also important to think about. So with great power comes great responsibility. As everybody said, this is a really powerful tool. All the panelists have talked about what the potential power is. But as you said, the wrong diagnosis, the wrong train scheduling, all of these could have serious consequences.
Thank you all for sharing such empowering thoughts, such insights. I'm sure the audience had a really great time listening to all of this today. I'd like to thank you all for sharing your time with us, for being with us here today at WiDS Ashoka 2022. Thank you to our speakers, our panelists, the WiDS Global Team, Ashoka University, our volunteers, and especially you, our audience, for bringing so much fun and enthusiasm to our day today. It was an incredible event, and I hope you all have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu, for the invitation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And it was great meeting you all as well.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you all, Alka, Pooja again, and Migna.
Same here, Sister.
We can connect later as well. Thank you.